Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Russian Superfinal.
Welcome back to the second round, and we're going to see a lot of exciting games today.
Well, hopefully, yes. So we have two leaders in the open section playing each other, and yeah, I believe quite a few interesting, exciting matches. Goryachkina, by the way, playing Motilev with white. Also, have some expectations towards this game. Yeah, so, well, the cross table after just one round doesn't make too much sense, but anyway, you can see the results yourself. Only 2 games were decided, the rest were drawn. And even more surprising, I must say, the same has happened in the women's section, right? Typically, many more decisive games in ladies' tournament. Okay.
Yeah, one game we definitely didn't expect to draw was Gira against Gunina. Right?
Yeah, it was quite a lot of turnarounds, and eventually still it finished in the draw. Yeah, so the leaders are Guseva and Kashlinskaya. Tell me they're not playing. No, they're not playing each other today. All right, so that's women's pairing for the second round. Gunina with Guseva, Kashlinskaya black against Bodnaruk. So both leaders are playing with the black pieces. All right, and the games have started, and I have a game on my analysis screen, and it's Rachmanov yet again with black playing a7, a6 on move 3. All right.
I mean, if Madlakov doesn't show anything today, I'm making it my main opening. This a6 Queen's Gambit decline.
Right, so what we have, Andreikin facing Pankratov. That's the one. Matlakov against Rachmanov. Oh, well, nothing to discuss. No, it's not nothing to discuss just yet. G3. How about the Catalan?
Actually, a lot to discuss because a6 designed to avoid the Catalan, right?
In a way, yeah. How's that? Knight f6, g3, d takes, bishop g2, a6. This is known to be like a very sharp line, yeah? a6,
yeah,
and then, I mean, if you castle, they go b5, they never give the pawn back, something. Yeah?
Or knight c6.
Or knight c6, yeah. Okay, here, after g3, it looks like, I mean, if I'm playing with black, if I'm taking this pawn, I will probably try to save on knight f6 and try to play something a little bit more clever, even though I'm not sure what's more clever here, because b5, knight e5, in a way you need this knight on f6 because knight d5 is the move, right? I mean, you reply to knight e5 by playing knight d5. But anyway, yeah, so that's an interesting
approach. The idea could be that we actually want to play that knight c6, rook b8 line, but not
that's kind of saving the tempo. Castles, rook b8, and then it's not that the knight is not going to f6, but maybe first black's going to play some b5, bishop b7, only then knight f6. Yeah, that's
But I must say, I don't really know if it's objectively good for white. I mean, I guess it's fine, but against Rachmanov specifically, I think it's a really good line because he's, as we saw yesterday, he plays these calm positions really, really well, and I mean, I think if he doesn't take the pawn on c4 right now, then, you know, the whole system doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, it's like, it's very hard to justify a6 in any way of, in any closed Catalans, right?
Right. Actually, it's more of a harmful move, I guess. Right?
Yeah, unless you want to play b5. I mean, nowadays, even like 20 years ago, I would be kicked out of the chess club if I would do something like that for black. But
5 years ago, I think, not 20 years ago.
Yeah. But nowadays, sometimes they just claim, okay, minority attack is not a thing. Mm-hmm. You can play like that. Okay, probably it's not good, but I mean, it's an attempt to justify why I play a6 without capturing the pawn on c4. Anyway.
This just looks outrageous, this b5 stuff. So I think he has to take on c4.
Yeah, he has to take, and then this knight f6 still offers the transposition, or maybe black can try something a little bit more clever.
Maybe knight d7 is a move. But, I mean, my point is, I feel like Rachmanov plays these positions less confidently compared to the regular ones.
Yeah, well, actually, knight d7 might be the move, yeah. Knight d7 might be the move. And then you're kind of planning to go b5, yeah? Still b5, knight e5. How was this? You know, there was another funny way meeting knight e5 with c6. And if knight takes queen b6, was it?
Yeah.
Was it this? I mean, at least it's like black is not losing anything immediately. I'm trying to make sure.
There was some knight a5 move or something.
Yeah, knight a5 with queen a5, bishop d3. Yeah. Okay. We are about to figure out because dc4, yeah, dc4 is played. It's, yeah. I do not expect anything but bishop g2 from Matlakov. Yeah, bishop g2 play.
Now I think Rachmanov will spend some time.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, d takes c4, as we figure out, is more or less forced. Was more or less forced. And now, knight e7, knight c6, knight f6, maybe even b5, right? All these options are possible in this position.
Actually, yeah. It's like a6 is... Yeah, to justify a6, you need to play something, like b5, knight c6, something like that. Because I actually thought of bishop d7, but then a6 doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Because they do play something like that sometimes, right? It's like you take, he takes, bishop c6, we presume there is nothing, so it's very likely e3. Even this. It's like maybe you can make use of this knight being on g8, so you give a check on b4 and then knight e7. Who knows? Yeah.
Actually, makes some sense. Yeah.
The thing is that bishop d7 might not be such a brilliant move per se, and when you put the bishop on c6, maybe white just gonna play e4. Anyway, that's a very fresh position after only 5 moves. So something relieving. Compared to, heavily loaded theoretical games that we had. Let's move on. Chigayev with Yesipenko, yet another Catalan, by the way. This time much more classical. Queen to c2, and then you have... Okay, you actually have a lot of moves. It turns out, right? I would claim that a6 is still by far the most popular.
And maybe the most... trendy move is b5, a4, and then bishop b7. That's what
that's
Grishuk played recently, and I mean, if this equalizes, then
then pretty much anything equalizes. Yeah. So let's try to recall what moves do we have. c6 played by a6 obviously, right?
Yeah.
a6. Then when it falls into 2 categories, either queen c4, b5, or a4, and a lot of stuff. Yeah, then b pawn can be moved on 1 square or 2 squares. b6 is what Caruana played in Berlin Candidates a couple of times, and then, okay, obviously there'll be more games. b5 runs it to a4, and then b4 is used to be very popular. Now, it turns out you can actually play bishop b7. And there is also c6, what Karyakin was playing in the same candidates.
And you see b5 is on the board, so I'm pretty sure this is the line we're going to see.
So a4, bishop b7. Yeah, that's once again, that's very interesting. Yeah, b5 played. I remember, okay, it was already quite some time ago, but I remember sticking to queen a4 instead of queen c2 just to avoid b5.
It makes sense, but then you don't have a4,
Then you cannot play a4, which wasn't my plan anyway, yeah, but nowadays they know for sure how to equalize in all those lines. So it's, there are drawbacks as well, of course.
I must say Chigayev is a e4 player. So I'm a bit surprised to see one from him.
So when he went for d4, he must have had something specific in mind?
Yes, so.
And let's see. Yeah, a4 is pretty much automatic.
And there's, no other move. Bishop b7 and then a6. Looks so ridiculous, but apparently it just works.
I mean, just to mention that this line still works for white as intended. White still wins the rook on a8. But yeah, it's not what black's idea is. Okay, Chigayev's thinking, and yeah, yet it's too early to discuss if it will be. Yes, after a4, you do have b4, and that's also quite an interesting thing. Yeah, knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5, queen d4, and
yeah, queen d4, and then interestingly, this is not very good, right, for white.
yeah, and I have a story to tell about this line. So in 2009 or 2008, the book of Boris Savruk was very, very popular on the Catalan.
Yeah.
So, of course, I made it my main opening. And then once I played Ivan Salgado Lopez from Spain. He played this line against me, which in the book was considered to be very, very dubious.
For black?
For black, right. And I was like, man, he probably...
He didn't read the book. He doesn't have the book,
so
yeah.
he has no idea. So I was like, yeah, 95, I just win the exchange. I mean, maybe some compensation. And I ended up losing the game in like 20, 25 moves. So yeah, this line is something very serious. And after the game, he told me that he was actually, looking for some holes in the analysis in the book. So it's not just he read the book, but he actually
found some little mistakes.
Yeah,
in the
he
book,
actually did some work, unlike me.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's still this position. Yeah, Chigayev thinking not that he has too many alternatives, but yeah, it allows us. I think it allows us to move on once again. Predke with video golf. Oh, okay, that's the opening, which I have no idea what's the name of it. B3. Once again, some years back, they would, I mean, maybe quite a few years back when they still would have those, encyclopedias, it would be named irregular opening, and that's it, right? But nowadays, I mean, there is some theory. Bishop b2, knight c6, I mean, probably just a transposition, right? I mean, if black reacts in this specific way, so that he intends to play d4. I don't think you can do much but to take and then play d4 yourself. And
I mean, you can also take and play bishop b5. That's an hour line.
Oh yeah, takes with the pawn and again go bishop b5. Yeah.
In fact, I think bishop e2, d4, bishop b5 is also a line. Oof. So there is some choice for white. And
yeah. Oh.
I'm a bit surprised to see this line from Predke because he's usually a very principled guy when it comes to the opening.
In the opening, yeah.
Yeah.
But then once again, Vitugov has like a well-established repertoire. So sometimes, like you're a principled guy, you check your lines against the opponent, and you're saying, okay, nothing works. I mean, the guy knows everything. You have no clue how to get the game, and maybe you just, by the end of the day, you decide, okay, I'll go knight f3, and I'll figure it out later. Or not. Yeah.
Yeah, but in this position, indeed, white doesn't really have much choice. He has to take on d5.
Yeah, because d4 is gonna.
And maybe g3 is a move that looks kind of ugly.
Yeah, I mean, you can play these things, right? But
no, but here e5, I think. Just
yeah. You have to take then. Yeah,
you have to take.
I mean, you can play the Benoni, but then it's. I'm not sure if, let's say, having couple of tempi technically, right? Because probably black will want to play e5 later on. I'm not sure if it's beneficial because the bishop on b2 doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Doesn't do much, and it's still a Benoni. Okay, then it's a very early stage, and once again, I'm not sure what to discuss here.
No, I mean, we should come back in like
after a few more moves, yeah. Fedoseev with Aleksandr taking their time, or I don't know, was Fedoseev a bit late for the game? Not much is going on. By the way, Predke just played a2, a3, which is an interesting idea, which is my go-to substitute for a dubious idea. I mean, I don't know, why would you play? It's like there is certain logic to it, yeah. So like I'm allowing d4 and I'm getting ready to play b4.
Yeah, right.
But does it work really?
I mean, first of all, the question if it works, but secondly, like if I just develop like bishop,
This move, yeah, bishop
Bishop
e7.
E7,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm saying I don't care, right? I mean, does it wait a sec. Maybe then I can play d4. It's not like I'm dreaming of playing d4, but d4 one move earlier probably allows like capture bishop b4 check, and then it's a little bit awkward. Maybe, once again, not a big expert.
I mean, considering that he spent 10 minutes on that move, I don't think it was prepped.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not like some deep preparation or something. All right. So Fedoseev Aleksandr, well known. Kronfeld, e3 castles, and cd5. She's also known, right?
Known to be harmless, I think.
Yeah. What's White's kind of best bet? I mean, knight f3 is very well studied. I mean, you have to know with black, but it's more or less a forced draw.
Rook c1, I think.
Rook c1, I think. What they're trying now. cd5, knight d5. I mean, they do take, right? Knight d5, queen d5. Somehow they're not afraid of bishop c7 at all.
Yeah, I think then the move is knight a6.
Knight a6, right, and then you jump quickly with all the pieces, and then if something goes wrong, you go e5, and still you equalize, right?
Right, but the line goes bishop a6, queen takes g2, queen f3.
Yeah, the descending, yeah, which is...
Takes. And then for some reason it's extremely important for black to play f6 and rook f7. And this way they equalize, but... I mean, it's so well known that I don't think... could be any surprises, but we'll see.
Yes, so there is that. There is Goryachkin against Motolev, the only game where more than 10 moves is played. Some theory, perhaps. Yes, yeah, in Fedoseev's game there is not much to discuss just yet. Yeah? All right, so Goryachkin with Motolev up to this point, that there were no surprises. Slav or semi-Slav, rather.
That's been Madulev's opening for the past 20 years or so. And I remember, so it wasn't, it's not about Madulev, but about Alexei Dreyev. So I played him in 2009, I think I was 17, and first time playing Dreyev, and who's obviously a very well-known theoretician and great player. So I prepared some idea against this semi-Slav, thinking that maybe he doesn't know that. And I played it, I lost the game, and after the game he told me that he was actually the one who invented this idea. And another thing is he actually had more games by that time in semi-Slav as black than I had in total. So I think Madulev is kind of the same in that sense that he knows everything here.
So it'll be pretty hard to surprise him, yeah. b3, bishop e2. Okay, that's kind of an attempt to... I mean, nowadays it's everything's theory. I wanted to say like kind of an attempt to avoid the mainstream things, which are like you move the bishop, castle, dc4, and kind of longer theoretical lines, yeah. b3 is bishop on e2, right? 7, queen e7, and then that's an interesting position because somehow it's too early for white to play e4, and black is not ready yet to play e5, right? And then they start to play like weird moves.
Well, I think
sometimes
E4
E4 is possible, yeah, but like for instance, what happened in the game, like fe1, fe8, then e4. I've seen people playing this, and this, for instance, right? Yeah. The thing with rook e1 is, I think, perfectly highlighted in the game by Motolev, who goes bishop b4, somewhat disturbing this rook from the e1 square.
Yeah, but I'll put it on d1. So
now the rook goes to d1. Yeah. And then knight f6, perhaps, yeah.
Knight f6, and I think bishop a3 is black's next.
Yeah,
At least that's what
wants
they
to play
usually
bishop
do,
a3, right? Because you want to end up playing c5, and you don't want to do it with bishop on b4, right? So maybe not even knight f6, right? And maybe just straight up bishop a3.
Yeah, and you just need to be a little bit careful about c4, c5 breaks at some point.
Yeah, like for instance this.
Queen
Then you
c2.
don't want to play c5 yourself, because a3 you end up with bishop on a5. And if something, say rook d8, some preparation, then c5 is a very serious thing to consider.
Or even you still play bishop a3 instead of rook d8, and I may consider taking and playing c5. Right?
Like takes, play c5, try to cut off the queen from
Knight e5,
the king
knight
side,
c4,
and
stuff like that.
Yeah, rook ed1 played.
I mean, I guess the most difficult thing for Madalev right now is to figure out all this, minor differences in the position. Like, is the rook better on e1 or d1? Does black rook belong to c8 or d8? This kind of stuff. Do we want to play knight f6, or do we want to keep the knight on d7? I'm actually, looking not that impressed by bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. The end of the day, yes, seems a bit strange. Unless you go bishop a3 immediately. Because, when you said about the c5 thing, you're right, actually. c5 might be annoying. c5 might be annoying. No, bishop a6, maybe. Just to get rid of this guy.
I mean, I guess it should be equal somehow, but
and
it's a bit unpleasant.
You look from black's perspective, you think, okay, it's in a pleasant position, and you run an engine, and it says, okay, you just go bishop d6 back, and it's equal, right?
Yeah, could be the case.
That's also quite often the case.
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3 played.
On the board.
Bishop a3 is on the board. And
now, I expect something like takes knight e5, but then we just take, right? Or even knight f6.
knight e5, that is, it's the question, because takes, I'm not sure if this is like, it's certainly not equal. White is, kind of slightly better.
Yeah, but rook d8, maybe I'm just in time to play c5, and then it will be equal, I think.
Rook d8, so the queen on a3 is not that bad, yeah?
Not bad at all.
d8.
Like, you can't really double, right, on the d file.
I can try by playing this, this, and... Not sure. No, now my bishop is an idiot. Now my bishop is an idiot. Yeah, so maybe I'm not on top. Structure-wise, like let's say your queen is back on e7, and even if you play c5, queen e3, and sometimes white still has kind of tiny thing because of space advantage, but probably not here. Yeah, like the queen on a3 is actually good.
So I just wanted to say hello to everyone in the chat, and Nick tells us that that line with c4, c5, and bishop a6 was actually played in the game Krasenkov against Laurent Fressinet. And the game finished in draw in a few moves.
Yep.
So apparently black is fine here, but bishop a3 was played so quickly that that makes me think that Madalev still
knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Still knows what he's doing. Yeah, and we have one more game, Andreikin with white. Andreikin repeats the white pieces against Pavel Pankratov.
Yeah, because he's the first seed.
And Pankratov, it looks like he went for something experimental. Okay, not here yet.
This is already
not here yet.
Kind of experimental, I think, by today's standards.
Because you go d5 and you play the Rogozin. Yeah, you don't play the Queen's Gambit, you play the Rogozin.
Yes.
That's the most safe thing. Yeah,
or you play a6.
a6 is even, or h6 for the safe thing. Anyway, a3, so-called Petrosian system against the Queen's Indian. Bishop b7. Knight c3. You can still play d5 here?
Which is one of the main moves, yeah.
Yeah. Knight e4. Takes. Bishop goes back to g6 in this case. g3. And knight c6. e3, e5, d5, and knight goes to a5. Looks quite provocative, I have to say.
That's how Pankratov plays chess. You know, he likes to provoke, and sometimes he puts his piece on the weird squares. But you know, usually it works out for him.
So if I do
But
this,
if I had to say something about it, I would say that Andreikin is the wrong person to provoke.
yeah, to mess around,
To
yeah,
mess around,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, actually, how would you describe the style of Dmitry Andreikin? Because sometimes, I mean, if he's not provoked, sometimes he seems to be even like slightly boring player, right? I mean, he tries to keep it all positional, and then, but there is quite a few very sharp tactical games of Andreikin. I mean, if he gets the chance, he can do stuff.
I think he's a little bit unambitious, to be honest. Like in his career in general, and maybe sometimes in his games. Because to me, he's one of the most talented players I've ever seen. And one of my favorite players as well. But, yeah, I feel like sometimes it's hard for him to force himself
Kind
to
of-
put as much efforts as he can, and he tries to play it...
And minimize the effort, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like we saw yesterday, for example.
Right. Like with try a little. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, but here, on the other hand, White sort of. I mean, I cannot say pushed to attack, but I mean it comes very natural, right? I mean, you just play normal moves, and all of a sudden you have the initiative. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Okay, if I play a couple of moves in a row, which involve attacking something. What does Black do with this? Isn't it
I think
just
A5 has to be played at some point.
not protecting E5? Could be.
Maybe
yeah.
even immediately. Yeah.
Could be. No, my idea was that after D6, it might be. I mean, it might be a little awkward because I go Bishop H3, cover this, and I actually kind of threaten Queen A4. Even after Bishop E7, I don't think that's the position Black enjoys, right? A check and some, I don't know, Queen A6 or Queen C6. Yeah. Queen C6. Yeah. How do you come out of this? You probably don't.
You know, but I have a lot of experience playing against Pavel, and sometimes he blitzes it all out and ends up in a lost position. So the fact that he has a lot of time on the clock now, it doesn't really mean anything.
It's not necessarily that he has everything prepared.
Right.
Yeah, but if we are kind of a little bit more serious, it could it be? No. I thought A5, but then I actually take. Yeah, and G7 is still hanging. A takes, as A takes here. You cannot really take. I mean, you can take before, but Bishop G7, it's up a pawn for good. Yeah. Who knows? I mean. These guys nowadays.
Right.
Oh, who knows? Rook G8, Knight C5. At least, least Black gets some squares.
That's Pankratov's style, and he's been on fire lately. He's gained a lot of rating. He won a couple of tournaments, at least, maybe even more than that. And he's on 26-16 right now or something. 26-59 is his rating, and that might be his peak rating actually.
And anyway, if we compare two positions, this one and the one with Knight on B7, Queen on C6, and guess what Pankratov's going to choose here. Exactly.
We know the answer, yeah.
It doesn't matter the evaluation, but yeah, it's not something that you're inclined to play when you go for, say, some crazy opening stuff.
But we're not even forced to play B4 immediately, right?
Yeah, we
Why don't we
not.
just like Bishop G2, Bishop E2?
Bishop G2. I was wondering if he's going to do this. And then kind of make life... I don't know if it exactly makes life awkward for us, but maybe a little. It's a B3 now, right? Because otherwise... I mean, this exchange, nobody cares.
Yeah. We
So
don't
B3 maybe? then I don't know if I can ensure this.
94.
94 is not, yes.
Knight f3 could be.
This, knight f3, yeah. So probably, yeah, okay, maybe, once again, f5, knight f3, bishop e4. It's weird, yeah, I know.
I mean, I still don't really understand what's so great about Black's position, to be honest.
Okay, let's wait and find out. So, what do? We can go back to some of the games where a lot of moves were played, or we can go down the rabbit hole of women's competition. Let's move on, yeah?
Yeah.
Ovod with Pagonina. Actually, some kind of theory, I believe. Or, yeah, those gioco piano Italians, that's like anything you have, and it looks like theoretical. It's so confusing. Like,
no, but this particular line is one of the mainstream lines, I think.
yeah, what's interesting, the clock situation. Ovod barely spent any time, and Pagonina spent 20 minutes. Bishop b3, bishop a7, castles, h3, bishop e6, to d5. 1, rook e8, you still don't take this, because what?
Because of compensation.
Compensation, yeah. Compensation. No, I just want to say that knight f3 here, so no bishop f2 yet, right? No bishop f2 yet, but yeah, something. Just do something. Rook e8,
Well, there
knight
could be
f1.
something like bishop f2, queen h4, and then bishop takes h3, for example.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, who knows? Yeah, it's check. You go to g1, bishop h3, some mess. Yeah.
And White's queen side is so undeveloped, so I wouldn't be surprised if it works for Black.
Yeah. But yeah, in general, what they are opting for is some sort of martial attack style compensation. Right? If they cannot win the pawn back. Rook e8, knight f1, and then Black changes his mind, goes f6. So now after f6, White will be looking for rightly timed d3, d4.
Well, the one thing I wanted to mention that this position after d5. So if we go back,
This one, yeah.
yeah, usually they get this position with the pawn on h6. So let's say instead of d5, Black plays h6, White plays rook e1,
And then d5.
rook e8, I think.
Rook e8.
Yeah, knight f1 and now d5.
Now d5.
Yeah, and now the difference is, if Black ever plays f6, this will be...
Now you have like all the weaknesses on light squares.
Right.
Even though, now that I'm thinking, I think I've seen like Naka doing this and getting away with it, not like playing f6 later.
Maybe, but
right.
I mean, this
Yeah,
one
but
is
of
actually
course
very serious for White. It looks like we're just giving up the standard, but in fact, it's very tricky.
And here it doesn't look that promising, right?
Doesn't look that promising for White because the pawn is on h7.
Pawn is on h7, and if anything, Black can go king h8 and maybe even bishop g8. I mean, if White manages to concentrate stuff on the king
And White
side.
has to be fast here because I just play queen g7, rook d8. Very simple play for me.
You're running a risk of being kind of ran over, right? I mean, if Black builds up on the d file, then you might not get the chance to play d4.
Actually,
it's just
in some of the positions, the standard maneuver for Black is bishop c5, and then bishop goes back to f8.
Bishop to f8, yeah.
Just to protect the king side if something happens.
So we have, as White, we have an inferior version of the King's Indian. Yeah, we have to have the pawn here, the bishop here. then it's playable.
It still wouldn't be too great for White, I think.
Then it'd be playable. All right. So Ovod started to say, but then look, Ovod blitzed everything out.
Yeah.
And to you, it looks like White has confused something. Yeah? Sometimes it happens.
I feel like it, yeah. I mean, maybe she just had a plan of doing all of this, and Pagonina saved the tempo on h6, and Ovod she didn't really figure out the difference. And I mean, this opening is very, very tricky. You know, all these nuances are very
honestly,
important.
I've given up figuring out I mean,
Yeah,
what's the
I
best
know.
best moves orders, what are the plans, and so on. I mean, it looks like everybody is doing literally the same. Brings the knight to f1, and so on and so on. But then, I mean, I don't remember who was the guy. That's like, remember discussing with one of the top players, and the guys, they literally remember like 20 moves of theory after each subtle move, like H3, and then he said, no, but then I do this, that's the difference. Right?
Yeah, but that's like
That's impressive, yeah.
months of work. Right?
Yeah, that's really impressive.
People
Right.
in the chat are asking if Dubov is playing.
Dubov,
And the
nah,
answer is no.
Dubov's not playing. Yeah, somehow quite a few big names are missing. Jan, for an obvious reason, he's preparing for the match. Yeah, I don't know what was the reason for Karyakin not to take part, and Dubov perhaps.
Yeah, I believe for the most players, the reason is the Grand Swiss starts in a couple
you're
of days
absolutely
after
right.
the tournament, so they just
You're absolutely
think
right, yeah.
that tournament is more important than this one.
The Grand Swiss Isle of Man tournament, tournament which for some reason is held not on the
Riga,
Isle of Man,
yeah.
but in Riga. Yeah.
All right, so black looks fine here. And, let's move on.
Let's move on, yeah. And yeah, I think actually if you discuss once again the top players which could but do not take part, and also Grishuk was mentioning perhaps, I don't know, Peter.
Artemiev.
Yeah. So the list goes on. Yeah, the list goes on. Board number 2, Voigt against Bivol.
This is something very well known.
Very well known, and somehow in my head it's tied with the name of Hikaru Nakamura, famous chess streamer who accidentally happens to be a grandmaster as well. Bishop c5, a3, and knight c6, and that.
Yeah, this is all very old theory.
Yeah, it's kind of an old theory and then a new theory, because this, I think, kind of dates back to like Korchnoi times or something.
Korchnoi-Karpov.
Korchnoi-Karpov,
Or
yeah,
famous-
exactly.
Or
Bishop f5, bishop d3, and there've been some new findings later, right?
yeah, there are plenty of games in this line, but as far as I know, black is doing fine.
4, queen d8, takes this. How was it? I remember Fabi winning a game against Naka, or maybe not winning a game, but getting a serious advantage, and it was, I mean, it involved h4 at some point. Because that is kind of what black typically opts for, right? So you have the very strong knight on d5, but black tries to play around it somehow.
Right, black structure is slightly better.
Structure is slightly better. Everything's very stable with those two knights on e6, c5. Yeah.
Maybe in order to get some advantage, you need to play h4 at some point, but I don't think we want to go into details. First of all, we don't really know them. Secondly, like it's really hard to figure out all the paths for white here. I mean, as for myself, I just know this is
Considered to be very solid.
considered to be fine for black. Yeah, but
So
I also remember it was supposed to be really sharp. I mean, and I guess it is pretty sharp for the 3-4 moves. But yeah,
yes, this one it's like maybe your last chance of going knight f3, f6, and jumping with this knight somewhere to create sharpness. But I don't see the square to jump. I mean, knight b6 is taken, this taken. Yeah, knight f4. Well, you attack the queen, it goes away. Right. So let's leave it to the players.
people are saying that Karyakin is also playing in an online tournament starting tomorrow, which is what tournament is that?
Oh, I mean, Lichess Arena.
Titled Arena on Lichess?
Titled Arena on Lichess or something. Which you have a bunch every day, yeah?
Well, that's interesting because I'm not aware of any big tournaments starting tomorrow.
Coming up next, Galyamova with Garifulina. And this is what? This is some, once again, trendy Catalan. I mean, this rook on b7. Okay, maybe I'm confusing it with something. Bishop e7, castles, blah, blah, queen c2, a6, a4, c5. Takes and b6. I think I've seen it.
Yeah, but I think queen c4 is already inaccurate. Knight d2 is more precise.
Knight d2, so that you're kind of speculating that you might want to take with the knight. And
there's also some knight g5, knight a4 ideas, so
yeah.
Queen c4 is the most natural, but I think doesn't really lead anywhere.
Knight d3, even though the knight on d3 in the Catalan is something that people usually like, and for a reason. Okay, bishop f4, queen c8.
That's an equal position, I think.
Yeah, probably you can't really claim.
In fact, I don't really like the knight on d3 here. The thing is, if you move the queen away to b3, let's say, right, then I play knight c6, and maybe I want to go knight d4.
Yeah. No, I don't think you have the luxury of saving the queens. You probably have to take and, just play. Yeah, but then the knight on c3 is an idiot, strangely. Because I would prefer this knight on d2. Then I play rook c1, and then I kind of use slight on the development of blacks. Yeah, maybe still, like f to c1. Not sure why f to c1, maybe to have king f1 at some point. Maybe hoping for some knight d5 tricks.
But basically you're hoping for the tricks in this position. I don't think white has anything serious.
Yeah.
Chad is saying that the Chess Super League starts tomorrow. Never heard of this tournament.
Yeah. What's Super League?
I don't know.
Okay, Chad, educate us on.
Please tell us what
new trends in online
this tournament is about.
On new trends in online.
I mean, if Karakin is playing, it must be something big, right?
Must be something serious, right? All right, so we have 3 more games to cover before we kind of round up the whole round. Bodnaruk with Kashlinskaya. This looks like, I want to say it looks like some French, but it's not. It's actually the Petrov. The Petrov and the French. It's Petrov and the French, but not kind of French you would think it is. Bishop d3 and queen e2 check. That's, I think, the line that MVL used to play.
Bacro, MVL, yeah.
Bishop e6, knight g5. I mean, specifically this check and knight g5 after bishop e6. Trying to...
Drishuk Mankau is a game in this line as well.
4, bishop b3, 7, knight d2, rook e8, castle long. Not sure if I like all that what black has done here.
I'm just wondering how many games have they played against each other, because they are, I believe, the same age. Bodnaruk, I think, is 1 year older than Alina, and so they've been playing since 2004. With each other.
Yeah. Honestly, what I want to do is to play c5 and then develop the horse on, on a better square.
Makes sense.
So if this happens, check, king h8. I mean, the only way to kind of try to refute. But rook e8 is a threat then. I'm not sure how comfortable white will be, because you're about to play king d1, right? You move the queen, check, and then it's queen d1 or king d1 or an immediate king d1. I think black has to have like a very serious compensation at least, right? Queen b4 or just knight c6.
I think there's only one person in the world who would grab this pawn.
And his name is Jan Krzysztof.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an insider joke. I mean, we as we said yesterday, we do a lot of commentary in Russian together, right? And yeah, that's our observation, that if there is a pawn that can be taken, and
it
will be taken by Jan Krzysztof Duda. Yeah. All right. Anyway, black decided to put the knight on d7, and then we have. I mean, by the looks of it, by the structure, it does look like a French, but an absolutely different line. Yeah? But black doesn't have this silly bishop on d7. You know? It's hard to judge. I mean, I have no idea how do you access such positions. Even like takes g3 and knight f3 and so on.
Yeah, I mean,
those are really tricky. I mean,
I feel like white should be slightly better, but yeah, it's very tricky. Maybe just g3, maybe take g3. Yeah,
it takes g3. Maybe bishop b5 for now. I don't know.
And bishop b5 after a6, you will have to go back anyways, right? So.
No, but my argument is like maybe I'm not losing a tempo. I mean, I go bishop here, for instance. You go to c8. C8 is good, yes. C8. Probably I don't want to force you to c8. But once again, it's not an opening discussion, right?
I mean,
it's
the move I would play is king b1.
King b1, yeah.
But then we should watch out for some knight a4 stuff, and could become dangerous. Although
b1.
I think white must have enough resources to stop black's play.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Nashin is telling us that Karyakin Ding Van Hao is playing. Didn't he retire from chess?
For a bit.
For a bit, yeah.
Now he's coming back.
So, conducted by Chess Base India. All right, so it's a big one.
Well, that's something serious.
And Nick is telling us that f4 looks awkward to him. And I actually kind of agree with him, right? I don't think that's the move they usually play in this position.
Yeah, you're right, because you've mentioned this Grisha game, and it had e6, e5 at some point, right? So f4, and maybe that's how it came about, so that white played f4, and black kind of didn't really change what black was supposed to be doing. Yes, so because here I really like c5. Seriously, I really like c5 and putting knight on c6. But in that other line, you don't play c5. Maybe
okay, so c5, I just play c3, let's say.
c3.
Not exactly what I want to play, but
Knight c6.
And knight d2.
Knight d2. Takes. I don't know, this.
Then knight f3.
Yeah, that's like bishop c7. Wait, maybe I do queen c7.
Yes, no?
But then queen b6 doesn't attack this stupid pawn. Yeah.
Doesn't really attack, at least, yeah.
No, then I'm doing it in a clever way. Bishop here, knight f3, I'll have knight g4.
No, but I think
and then you do
first.
this, right? Knight g5. Okay. Oof.
But this is too deep anyways.
Yeah, chess is a hard game.
But Nick is right. I mean, f4 is at least
something unusual.
For this.
So, bishop takes, knight f3. My move. I'm very happy.
Didn't you suggest g3?
Yeah, but I changed my mind. Okay. Knight f3 is more precise. Stopping e5. Then we will play g3. Okay, let's move on.
I mean, we like white. I think that's our conclusion here, right?
Yeah, white is comfortable, slightly better perhaps, but even if not, yeah.
Maybe even much better, no? Like,
maybe much better.
The structure is very comfortable. Our bishop feels like it does more than black's. And I mean, the play is sort of simple. I think we just start pushing the h-pawn.
G3, h4,
h5.
Yeah, we can try to push the h guy. We can also try to put the knight on g5 with the pawn on h4 and basically never leave. So they play h6 and we just just do something. Yeah.
Like the more I look at it, the more I dislike black's position.
Two more games. There is Gunina with Guseva, and that's the line that Guseva apparently didn't look at, because, as we discussed, she's very well prepared normally, and here, at least looking at the clock, it's not the case. So, e5, bishop f5, knight c3. And then, you're an expert, Alex. Tell me, queen to c7. I mean, probably does exist, because I remember when this line was kind of super trendy, right? G4, knight e2. And at some point, obviously, Black had a crisis in this line, like White kept winning game after game after game in brilliant style, and then Black would start to come up with alternatives, and the alternatives would be a6, or rather Queen b6 first, then in some, like later on, like Black was getting a normal position, but Queen had nothing to do on b6, and
Right.
someone clever said, okay, let's just play a6,
Yeah.
right, so keep the Queen on d8. I'm not sure about Queen c7. I mean,
No, I mean, this move definitely exists, but I never really understood what's the point of all this.
What's the
Queen
point?
A6,
Yeah, like-
Queen C7. Like, okay, the main line is kind of dangerous for Black, but basically you need to know. You don't have to know too much here because it's pretty much the same ideas for White, and it's very straightforward. So I always felt like it's much easier to
just memorize
the main line.
yeah, what to do here?
Yeah, and instead of going for all this Queen C7, like I really don't really understand the idea. I know this move exists, but
6, knight f3.
White's play actually looks much more
Yeah, I mean,
natural
I'm just
here, right?
pushing stuff forward. And especially for Gunina, it's such an easy game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she would try to do it anyway. It doesn't matter what happens. And
I mean,
right.
she's so aggressive, such an aggressive player, and she used to play g4 all the time, so which always puzzled me because e4 is clearly way more suited for
yeah.
her. Yeah, so now she's apparently an e4 player, and looks like I mean, at least in this game, she got a great position.
Right, so h5 here is met with gh5, right?
I think so. Yeah. Although the engine very often suggests g5.
G5 and just,
Yeah.
you have a lot of space and you're better, but who knows?
It
Yeah.
actually makes some sense. It's again, 10 years ago we would say,
Nonsense? Yeah.
absolute nonsense, but
But had you seen the Kinzindian stuff when
B5?
yeah, like A5 B5 that
Yeah.
was mind blowing, and
Yeah,
then
yes,
yeah,
yes.
and I think Magnus played against Athivan,
yes,
right, and
yes.
then everybody was questioning like what the hell
Yeah.
was it the mouse slip because it was an online tournament and BA5 is kind of a usual move, was it the mouse slip? Then turns out that some engine and not some engine but
Yeah,
Lila or something.
This is one of the top lines. And
Suggests-
he actually got a winning
yeah.
position in the game.
Yeah. All right. So now we are kind of less surprised if H5 is met with
No,
G5.
but yeah, I analyzed not this position, but similar ones, and G5 is always one of the top choices by the engine.
Okay. So Black plays C5, plays A6, but yeah, the benefits of having the Queen on C7 and still playing in inferior French.
Right. Isn't it like a terrible French? That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Queen D2, C takes, Knight C6. It is a terrible French, right? And like, Queen would better off be on D8 so that at least you have some check
Exactly.
here. Let's say, so White cannot actually play Queen D2 or has to be careful playing Queen D2. Castle's long. Bishop B4, A3, Knight B3. Just plain and simple, yeah. B6. Okay, so that's
B6?
that's the position now.
If
That's
you
the
have to
position.
play B6, that's some bad news, right? I'm pretty sure Gunina is considering something like F5, like some immediate breaks in the position.
Yeah.
I feel like this is lost, to be honest. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, obviously some practical
no,
chances.
honestly,
but, yeah.
same feeling. Like if you ask kind of mathematical objective evaluation, it should be lost. Should be lost.
Yeah, Nick is asking why not H5 instead of E6. We'll move
Here, H5.
move for 6, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. So Queen C7, G4, Bishop here, F4, E6. So H5 here. Oh, good question.
Yeah, I mean,
Could it be, or you're not
it-
afraid of F?
it could be F5 very well, yeah, because H takes some E6, like maybe you even win some material. But as I said, I analyzed this a lot, and the engine like screams that this is almost
bad
winning
for
for White.
Black, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be this.
G takes is also an idea, as we just discussed. G5.
Yeah, even
Could be.
like G5, Bishop F5, and computer would not be impressed, right? And actually, yeah, Bishop F5 could be awkward here because Bishop d3, for instance. And you cannot, I mean, if you take, queen takes, you cannot block both this and this,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
It's like, if you play e6, white does something, g6, then at least you can say, I'm solid on the king side. Yeah, but you are not in this position.
So yeah, all of this seems really awkward to me. All this.
And Gunia just took on a5, which is,
I mean, must be something concrete, I guess, because I don't really see the reason to
take
at all. I mean, as for now, at least.
Actually, I was thinking if knight d4, once again a pensioner's move, but I want to force bishop takes c3, right? I mean, I'm kind of threatening b4. Not maybe b4, knight b4. Maybe that's the.
I mean, I just don't really understand how can black play on the queen side of
repair his position, right?
Like
I mean,
once you move the knight, I take on a5. If you don't move the knight, what do you do, right? And so if I just play like bishop d3,
king b1,
king b1,
king b1 is feels
all
not
this
bad at all.
Stuff, right?
All right, so knight takes a5 must be something kind of forcing.
I guess. I think the idea is that after knight a5, she plays f5.
5. Yeah, this pawn is not hanging. If some. Probably
Done something. I mean, f5 looks active at least. So
yeah, agreed.
Your idea for sure. Yeah.
No, white is certainly dominant in this position. I would actually try to take with the pawn, to be honest.
Then bishop c5.
Then bishop c5, and I'll be very sad. Yeah.
Unless
and
knight
then
e5.
Then you win. Like
Well, she's just taking with the knight anyways.
You go queen d4, and you probably win.
The old knight d5 idea saying there as well.
Yeah.
Terrible position.
Knight takes, and then. I mean, I'm so tempted to take, but yeah, it's not. It doesn't work just yet.
It's just so unnecessary here, I think.
Yeah.
You just play f5 and.
I mean, what you could do, you can play queen d4. So you attack this thing, rook b8, you'll take on a6. If b5, I'm not sure if it's like really an improvement for white. But if provoked b5, you'll have queen c5. So queen is not necessarily all the. Queen f2. Well, actually, it's much more clever. For some reason, I just missed the square. Queen f2. That's kind of the explanation. Yeah, that's the explanation why you take on a5. Yeah,
right,
because queen f2, this is hanging, rook b8, bishop a6. b5, bishop b6 resigns. Knight c4. Okay, I'll just take.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think rook b8 is the only chance I was going to say, but then, like, my idea was to play b5, but then bishop a7 I think is really annoying, right?
Bishop a7, then bishop b6, or just take the pawn.
Gurina looks like she's just winning here.
Yeah, she's just crushing in 15 moves. Yeah, so, well, it's quite the opposite situation for Marina Guseeva, right? So yesterday she was well prepared and got very promising position in like same 15-20 moves. Now she looks lost.
And I mean, I think this opening choice is really poor in terms of you either need to understand this position really, really well, or you just need to go for something else because it's that easy to get a lost position.
Yeah. All right. So we have one more game. Shuvalova versus Gira. And once again, kind of, I don't know, the conflict, what do you call it? Shuvalova having 1 hour 33, so blitzing out, and Gira spending more and more time. Here, so it's an open variation of Ray Lopez. d5, takes here, knight d2, knight c5, c3, knight d4. Is okay? Or that's
I mean, I
confusing.
guess it is okay, but
Always
kind of rare. Right?
Always confusing. Yeah, takes bishop c2, d6, b4, knight a4, rook e1.
I mean, we have to know something about this line.
I don't know I don't know a thing about this line.
Well, me neither. That's what I'm trying to say is that if you want us to explain something, you should expect us to know something here because I don't think it's possible to.
Yeah, like to
Explain.
figure out what's going on,
Yeah.
and especially knowing the fact that White kind of blitzes this out. So, because to me, okay, you can expect knight takes e5. Is it all forced? I mean, I would understand if you blitz move like f4, knight goes, f5,
Right.
bishop c2, and then black, to me at least, it looks like black has quite a few moves, not only the queen d6. And queen d6 was played, and then before here, you might have alternatives as well. Like knight back. Knight d3 doesn't work, yeah, f4, and then just take this, bishop g4, still f5. Yeah, I'm just eating more stuff. I can also take on c2. No,
Yeah,
that's
but-
nonsense.
I mean, the thing is, it's either a bluff from Shimanov, which I don't think is the case, or extremely deep preparation.
Yeah. So now, knight c3, it's queen h5, right? And White looks winning.
Yeah, I guess.
Looks winning because, yeah, you cannot really move the knight, e6 is hanging, yeah? Knight g6, same, knight e6 and g6 is hanging. Bishop f6, okay, something. Just takes.
Something will happen.
Takes and bishop b2, or start with bishop b2, yeah, and once again, it's clear. So after rook e1, bishop g4 is perhaps needed. Knight 2 f3 and knight f3 check was played.
Almost
Now-
an hour handicap on the clock.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. And I suspect if she knew it till that point, that she knows what's the correct recapture is. And I was about to suggest that, you know, it's quite a likelihood that if it's a computer line, then pawn takes again
Right,
with the tempo,
but
the knight's good on d4.
It's really in the spirit of this line, I feel like. So we kind of want to, make forcing moves all the time. So
So if the
Very
bishop-
interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, that's really an entertaining position.
okay, so if I go back, what's the plan?
Back to like d7, yeah? Probably try to stop you from, from castling by going queen e2. That's what I wanted to say. Well, actually, do I care if you castle long? That's the question. Because, I can go queen d3, for instance, right? So you're, at least for now, you're not castling short.
Yeah, but queen g6.
Queen g6, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's a good moment to try to count how many pawns I'm actually down only one pawn, right? So maybe can play quote-unquote normally. I don't know what normal means in this sense. Maybe bishop g5, which
f6.
kind of forces f6, bishop h4, and to get it on g3. So like you can't castle because bishop g3, right? Wins the bishop on e7. Anyway, feels like forcing f6 is something that I
Oh yeah, this bishop
I'm
g3
not
idea
careful.
is looks strong.
get the bishop to g3.
I mean, I have king f7, I guess, but still the king doesn't feel safe at all. Right?
Maybe you start taking those guys. I don't know. Feels like you lose something
Yeah.
at the end. Yeah, but who knows? Like take this guy. 3 pawns at least. Maybe you'll drop the knight on c3 and get a playable position. Who knows? So it's a mess altogether.
Went back
It's
to E6.
She went back to e6. But this kind of asking for f4. We have 2 f pawns. So let's move one of them forward.
Well, I mean, if Shimanov doesn't reply instantly, that means that bishop e6 is a bad move, right?
Yeah. That's very. That's a common thing. She does reply instantly, and it is what? Bishop e3.
All right, I'm giving up. giving up on this game. I really
Kind of
don't.
trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, bishop e3 is...
Like, this
I
would
mean-
be my 10th candidate in the position, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of puzzling. Yeah, why bishop e3 exactly?
I'm guessing this is some purely engine
Stuff, yeah.
stuff, because, yeah, I mean, logically it's really hard to explain why this should
3,
be
okay.
played.
I mean, if a castle. And I'm not saying like white cannot be better here. I mean, who knows? Yeah.
How about, so I take on a4, or take on e6, let's say.
Yeah, take on
Or
a4,
whatever,
take on
yeah,
e6.
Yeah, f takes bishop c5, queen d7, take on e7.
And queen d5.
Queen c5, yeah, you take rook e7, rook f3, rook c7, and the white is, I guess it's a draw.
There's also this, right? F3, rook c7. Yes.
But this actually
It could be a
sort of
computer
looks
line,
like the right line.
yeah, it's like you don't have that much liberty if black castled, yeah, so he's like a couple of moves away from stabilizing completely. Might as well be that you just take and pretend that you're playing this. But yeah. And the loses quite a bit of an excitement after this bishop e3. I was still hoping for, you know, something like something much more active. Okay, so that rounds up women's tournament, and let's go back to the guys, because we have quite a few games that developed a lot. So just go back to Matlakov and Rachmanov, perhaps. This exciting, it was promising to be an exciting Catalan, and indeed it is. So, knight c6, castles, rook b8. So we guessed it right. Black is trying to save a tempo, but Matlakov makes the case for, yeah, not playing knight, the kind of drawback of not playing knight f6 in time. e4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop e7, queen to e2, b5, rook e1. Well, actually, it doesn't look like a straight up refutation. Castles, d5, e takes e5.
Isn't it,
Could it be that it's just a
exact
theoretical
line? Yeah.
position? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's very common. I mean, d5 takes e5 that would be like really great position for white. If black has to move and you take on d5 with the knight, you're just kind of almost winning. But d4 and this piece sacrifice is typically black's reaction to d5, e5. Knight e4, bishop e7, because why not? Keep the bishop. You know what? I don't know. Looks very good for black, if you ask me. Queen d2.
well, it does look great, but I'm 100% sure Maxime would never go for this, without any.
Knight d4. Let's see. Knight d4. On the other hand, how bad? How bad is it for white?
I don't think it's bad at all. As I said, I just.
No, that can I actually take?
Yeah, I think you should.
And take, yeah, and go rook c1 probably. And try to attack the c4
F5?
pawn, yeah. f5, queen c3.
F5 is probably just a losing move for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a move here, then f5 wasn't very good. It's my kind of next tactical move is queen c3. Like bishop a3, I'm answering with queen c3. Rook b2, I was planning to answer with queen c3. Bishop b4 could be. Maybe bishop b4 is an annoying move because you
I go queen f4 and then throw rook takes c4.
This and then this, or I mean, those pawns are actually very close. The pawns are very close.
guess at the very least I can always say take on c3, but still pawn down
Somehow,
position.
yeah, somehow I'm not equalizing because rook c7, rook b2. Yeah, and it's still black who's better. Right, and bishop g2. I don't see the refutation, but somehow it feels a bit too slow. Some check. Maybe it's not. Maybe you just have to play bishop g2 and pray for it to work.
Oh yeah, a lot to think about for Maxim. Both options look curious.
Yeah, it's like possible. Yeah, possible. But yeah. Anyway, it'll be an interesting game because, as you said, Rachmanov kind of likes to be solid even if he's slightly worse.
Right.
Here, we don't know. Maybe he's better, but he's certainly not solid in this.
Yeah,
He's certainly not solid, so that promises us an interesting game. Chigayev with Yesipenko. The game, there were 25 moves played already. What's that? Ah, yeah. It was this Catalan thing.
right.
Was this Catalan thing, and when a4 was played, you were absolutely right. Yesipenko went for his bishop b7 and a6 line. B takes a6, knight a6, bishop d5, knight b4, queen d1, knight a2. This is how they do it.
And that's what Grishik played as well
Yeah.
against Berkish, I believe.
Yeah, knight c3, captures, h6. I believe all that is
Yeah.
kind of, you know,
This is just
prepared.
amazing. Like you just give up the pawn, play h6, and somehow black is totally fine.
Knight e4, and even this, like you're a pawn down, but somehow.
I guess if we put the knight on e3, it's kind of lost for black,
Yeah.
right? So it's all about the stupid knight on e1.
And white goes e5. White goes bishop h3. And white takes the pawn.
2 pawns up.
2 pawns up. But still ridiculously sharp position. Because white still has this knight on e1. Like, I don't know, might have some moves like... What's the answer to this? I suspect it's e6. And then if f6, bishop h6. And not only that, yeah, I mean, e6 is kind of annoying, yeah? If you have to meet e6 with f6,
Yeah.
something you don't want to do.
And there's also bishop f4 of the
There is.
e6. Right.
What's
So
the move for
something solidifying like bishop d5, but it's slow, right? Knight
Yeah.
g2, knight c2.
Knight g2 or knight c2, right?
g2, I guess, makes more sense.
Yeah, because maybe one day you'll prefer knight f4 and not knight e3. And one of those cases, you believe in black's position, but black needs a move right here, right now. It's not any move.
And 2 pawns is 2 pawns or 2 pawns, right?
Yeah.
I don't think black can afford to just play it like super slowly.
I go g6 or... No, maybe I do something. Knight moves and then g6. Can this be the case? Bishop d2, knight g2, g6.
And h6 is also hanging, right?
Yeah, it's not like I'm solving all the problems even if I win the f3 pawn. Like I thought briefly, queen c2, bishop f3, bishop h6. Yes, black gets the diagonal, but still, there is no guarantee that black equalizes. So, we'll see. But that's very sharp
unbalanced,
position.
yeah.
Yeah. Then what? Predke against Vityugov, only 10 moves. Aha, rook
Queen
to
A5.
Queen a5. Sorry. So coming back to this one, Queen a5, targeting c3, stopping e6. Yeah, Queen a5 looks like a clever move.
Maybe he wants to bring the queen to d5.
Maybe Queen d5 one day. Yeah. And for now, white has to care about the c3 pawn.
How do we actually protect it?
Go back.
Back and then...
Back. Rook b3. For some reason I think it probably ends up being some draw and might
I
as well
have the
be,
same feeling.
might as
somehow.
well be that some people know exactly the moves, how this draw is achieved.
Right.
And might be that some people who know how to achieve a draw are involved in this game.
But
Yeah,
we
I
don't
mean,
know this.
Andrei, no, I'm not talking about Chigaev, but look at Andrei. I mean, he did spend some time, but I think on this particular Queen A5, maybe if you play this game, so you're kind of planning in advance, yeah. But by the speed this Queen A5 was played, I'm just trying to, build some conclusions. Maybe not. Not. To
Well,
the
I
point.
think just based on the timing, both of them were prepared for this game very well. So it's considering that I think 91 is a novelty, and after that, there's been
Yeah,
how many
here,
moves?
91, yeah, and then C5, C4. Yeah, the concept of like going C5, going C4 is something that you either know or you spend much more time on it.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's like on every move you have alternatives, and CD4 is not hopeless, and you could play, I don't know, Rook D8 and so on and so on. Okay, so anyway.
Bishop D2 was played, by the way.
Queen A5, Bishop D2. Yeah, because now there is no Rook B2 yet because of a check. Fair enough.
I mean, I just have the same feeling as you are. That players are familiar with the situation.
Right. Okay, we'll see. We'll see later on. Moving on. Predke against Svidikov. Remember Predke's A3 move? D4. ED4, Knight D4 was played by Nikita. And C take.
Yeah, this actually... I was considering this for a second. And the idea is, obviously, if white plays b4, then a5, I think, is...
Yeah.
strong.
So the difference is, yes, so white with his a3 move, he's preparing to play b4 and possibly b5, kicking the knight away. Yeah. So if you don't have this knight, then b4 is far less attractive because indeed a5, b5, and black is probably winning immediately.
So generally, you don't take on d4 of the knight, but how do we explain it? Why in this case knight d4 actually makes sense?
So that you're not running into b4, b5. Maybe
But I mean,
like,
in the regular Benoni, you could do the same thing. Say, take on the knight and say, okay, then you can play b5, b4. And
but in the regular Benoni, by that point, it's like the bishop is on g2. So maybe that's
maybe.
this should not be judged like a regular Benoni. Who knows? Queen e2. So I'm not even sure what Queen e2 is about.
Well, I guess as we started.
Okay, first of
play,
all, stopping e5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense, but I was just gonna say that if we started to play like this with a3 and some nonsense stuff, then Queen
why
e2
not
is,
continue? Yeah.
is very logical.
Queen e2. If say bishop e7, maybe we go d3. I don't think we go after d4 pawn with the queen. Yeah, but we just go
Probably not.
d3, castles, knight d2, and try to build a normal Benoni. It actually looks playable.
Pretty playable, yeah.
Looks playable.
d4 is actually kind of weak.
Okay. So what Vidyukov does, he goes bishop d6, intending, of course, to play, maybe not intending to play e5 because the pawn will be taken anyway, yeah? But kind of, claiming that the bishop is better on d6, and the only problem with bishop d6 that white actually takes the pawn on d4, knight c3. So, black, I'm tempted to say black certainly will have some compensation for some time because, the pieces are a little bit awkward. But on the other hand, I mean, if I can do this finally, right, e5, I'm fine putting the bishop on e3. The pawn is the pawn.
Yeah, I think Black's plan is something like e5, bishop f5, maybe queen e7, attacking a3, rook d8. So we just want to develop and say, you know, when you continue your development as white, by that time I will grab at least the pawn on a3.
Yeah, at least we'll win the pawn back. Yeah. Yeah, but you know, still, to me it looks like one of those cases when you sacrifice the pawn not to win the game, but kind of to prove sufficient compensation. Yes, so if White's careful, okay, who knows? So okay, let's move.
To me, it feels that Black has full compensation.
5 bishop b3. Let's say you go. Oh, you can actually do this as well.
Yeah, but this I wasn't sure if it's
maybe,
needed. Right? Then actually f3, queen f2, and then c5, bishop c4. Maybe
that. You go to a final. Might as well.
Yeah.
Might as well go g4. Yeah. Okay, g4
yeah.
is too much. Yeah, but queen f2. Yeah, you're right. So bishop g4 might be a bit of a harmful move.
Yeah. And Nick is actually suggesting b6, which could be an interesting idea as well. Instead of bishop f5. Like,
yeah.
So you want to play g3, bishop g2, right? And I play b6, bishop b7.
5 here and b6, yeah. 7 and say that, yeah, have full compensation.
Yeah.
And maybe I do some weird stuff. I might lose the queen this way. No. Yes, at queen f3, bishop e2, and, you know, if bishop b7, queen h3. But maybe you play bishop g4, and then this queen is kind of in a little bit of danger.
I still feel like bishop f5 is a bit more natural, but bishop b6, yeah, makes sense as well.
All right, so Nikita will figure it out.
Yeah, and if Predke somehow loses this game, this will put him on 0 out of 2, right?
Yeah, 0 out of 2, losing the second game with white. Yeah, that'd be a very unfortunate scenario.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a bit early to talk about it, but
there is a potential. Yeah.
If I had to choose, I would probably play with black pieces here.
All right. So moving on, Fedoseev and Aleksandr, 25 moves played. What's yeah. Okay. You know, you were absolutely right about this line. f6, rook c1. Okay, he kind of neglected the importance of playing rook f7. He went e5 immediately. Rook g1, bishop b7, ac8. I mean, I don't know if it's...
Not much was going on in this game.
Bishop d5, knight c7. Bishop b7, knight e6.
Yeah, I guess we can predict the next couple of moves.
Yeah, this looks like a draw, ladies and gentlemen.
This does look like a draw, so maybe... I guess they thought they're leading the tournament, so there is no need to risk too much, right? They already, fine with making all draws, being on +1.
No, but okay, Fedoseev has won with black, and once again, if he... Yesterday, when I was asking him, he kind of, he didn't state it straight up, but he kind of given away that he has a strategy, right? I mean, he said, I checked all the pairings, I'm not happy with the colors, blah, blah. So maybe, okay, his winning strategy, we will see how it plays out, but maybe his winning strategy does not involve winning the game against Aleksandr. Aleksandr hardly has a choice with black, right? I mean... Okay, if your opponent plays some solid line, what can you do?
Aleksandr is totally fine with draw, of course. In fact, I talked with Vladimir about his strategy, but I'm not sure if I can reveal it right now.
And he's claiming a draw. Well, I mean, they could just, they cannot agree because of a number of moves, so they have to repeat it 3 times, and he's asking for it. arbiter's permission to conclude the game. It is a draw, I mean. It's a draw, so first result of today, pretty understandable, even though the game itself is not very entertaining. So we have no choice but move on further. Goryachkin now is Motelev, 21 move. Change on h3, 95, yeah. Let's see what Goryachkin has to say about this position. Rook a d8, bishop f3, exclamation mark. That's a beautiful move. Stopping c5. Queen h4. h3. White is better. No?
Actually, white is...
This bishop a8 is meh.
Like, how can you possibly play c5 in this position as black? That's the question.
You cannot trade because you're not winning the d file back?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, let's just like show, sorry, yeah, h6 while white's to move, I don't know, king h2. Let's show that this, for instance, right, it doesn't seem to be much, but when it's the only open file and it's controlled by white, it's really a problem, right?
This is
d7
a lot,
and
yeah,
it's like you have quite a trouble surviving such things. Yeah, so for black, wait, h6, maybe he intends to play g5, break the pressure on the d file. When the queen moves, he'll take on d1, play rook d8. If this holds up, then maybe black equalizes.
Maybe, but I think black's key idea is to play king h8, king g8, and just wait for white to do something.
Yeah, just claim that you cannot do much in this position. Yeah.
Like, what could be white's plan, actually?
What could be white's plan? End up playing c5 in the right moment. But what's the right moment, yeah? Maybe there is no right moment here. I mean, sacrificing one of the pawns, I'm trying to decide on which one. Let's say a3. So you take on a3. I'm playing rook d7. Yeah, I mean, probably nothing. Sorry, I can actually... no, I cannot play rook d8. There is queen a1, queen e5, everything with a check. So my king h2 was a very clever move, in fact.
No, she just played bishop e4, and actually...
she played bishop e4 with the idea, maybe with the idea to play f4.
Maybe,
right?
but also I think the line you just covered also works for white, because black's king doesn't have the h7 square anymore.
Yeah. So now, the question is if g5 is a good move.
Really don't.
I mean, you can keep the queen on h5, so there is no such thing as rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
h4. Yeah.
h4 is coming. f4 possibly. No, g5 is not a thing. Yeah. So all of a sudden, like, kind of gets under some positional pressure. Still remains to be seen how serious the pressure is. But yeah. Kind of feels sad to play this bishop a8. But maybe after bishop f3 you don't actually have... But yet here, I mean, this is a very principal question. Like, takes queen a2. I understand it looks super duper dubious. But for now, white doesn't even have the, the luft. So rook d7 you can actually give a check on the first rank. Unless, of course, this wins, but bishop c8, I can kick the rook away. So after queen a2, I don't know, maybe you just play h4 and then you say, yeah, I'm attacking, all your pieces are terrible, which might be the case. All I'm trying to say that bishop f3 was, in a way, kind of a brave move from Goryachkin. I mean, maybe you're not that afraid of sacrificing this pawn, but still.
I'm sure Motelev was considering all this stuff, but because you're right, like, you don't really want to play bishop a8 in this position.
And decided not to do it. Okay, another question. Can I weaken the structure, but at least kind of free my pieces a little? So f5. If you take, I'm happy to take with the queen. Oh, I mean, maybe not very happy, but that's what I'm planning to do anyway. That's what I'm planning to do. Which, by the way, still looks like it's a worse position
looks
for black.
ugly, yeah.
Somehow you can't, as long as this guy's on a8, you can't really solve all the problems. Yeah, I think we just have to conclude that this is better for white, and this is better for white for a prolonged amount of time. Yeah, it's not like black plays a move or two and equalizes. So Motolev will have.
I guess this is the most annoying thing about black's positions, that you can never really equalize here, right?
Yeah, yeah. There are certain types of positions that doesn't matter what you do. I mean, it's like you're switching one worse position for the other. Yeah, and that's perhaps one of those examples. And what else? Andreikin with Pankratov. The provocative stuff.
Aleksandr doesn't look like she actually enjoys her position a lot. I think the light is it's directed towards her face, you know, and
so maybe some
she doesn't feel comfortable. At least, I mean, she's touching her eyes, and I think that's the thing here.
Yeah, well, typically an indication that you either in the studio and you have the the TV lights, as our case. So pardon us if we look somewhat tired. Andreikin with Pankratov. Can we switch to this one? Because here 13 moves, bishop on h3, Andreikin does well. That's what I'm thinking. After knight a5, e4. e4 is a strong move. I mean, some people prefer to play it on move 1.
Yeah.
But even there, even here, it's still a good move.
Never a mistake, right?
h4. There's a threat. So h6, bishop h3, castles.
And I guess we should point out that b4 doesn't really work.
Yeah, before bishop c5 is, of course, the idea. Which might not be the end of the line, by the way, but yeah.
So if not b4, what can be done?
What can be the move? So I'm debating if I want or don't want to play h5. Actually, I'm not convinced anymore with all that. Yeah, let's just try. No, that's absolutely stupid, right? Queen g4, you'll play f5.
Yeah, queen g4. I don't think he wants to attack here on the king side. It's more of.
But how do you handle this? Because black will play bishop d4.
So let's play h5. Although, yeah, I'm also not so sure if it's needed. And then let's say queen e2.
Queen e2. So we protect the e4 pawn. I think black goes bishop d4.
Yeah, and then I just play b1 maybe.
Then what? And then black. Yeah, like playing f5 here with your knight on d2 is not. Maybe I can because of tactical reasons, right?
First of all, some tactical reasons. Secondly, knight b7, knight c5, or knight d6. Meanwhile, Chigaev, Yesipenko.
Chigaev, Yesipenko have finished
and draw,
and looks like they knew what they were doing. Yeah, after all. Bishop d2, bishop g5. Knight c2 takes, e6, bishop e8, rook f2, rook b2, and perpetual. So 2 draws.
Well, at least these guys showed some interesting preparation, right?
Yeah, for Chigaev and Yesipenko, there was also 39 moves. One can't really call this one a quick draw. Have shown some really interesting ideas, yeah. So, what we were talking about, this, bishop d4, rook b1, it looks like black can play f5 indeed.
And he should, what else?
f5. I don't really think this is worth considering, although Why did I put my rook on b1? Why don't I go there? Maybe rook a2, strangely.
Smart for me, so I didn't.
I mean, I
consider
just
this.
don't want this rook to be hanging.
Yeah, makes sense.
So rook a2. If, let's say, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe black has some other ideas in this case, but if we are talking about this line here, I can castle so that I'm protecting this thing.
You can even take on e4, I think.
Take
Oh,
on
but then knight c4, right?
Or yeah, I mean, there's always something like knight b3, knight c4. So the big plan was to castle, to wait for this guy to leave on b7, and then finally take on e4.
But even then, I play knight d6. Let's
Yeah,
say.
which
It's
might not be
worse.
the end of the line, exactly. Knight d6, knight d6, cd6, and this structure is known to be very good for white because the bishop is typically on b7
Right.
or c8. Yeah? And like this, yeah, d7 is weak, everything, but just look at those bishops, yeah? The bishops are great. Nothing.
This, practically speaking, this feels annoying for
Yeah,
white.
I think black does more than okay. And that's the case with those, tricky, awkward lines. So that if you do not manage to refute it, all of a sudden these pieces, I mean, if they find the right places,
And that's what Pankratov does the best, yeah.
yeah.
So,
And could it be? Look, Andreikin played e4. Could it be that he kind of, I don't know, missed bishop c5 because it's something that we were talking yesterday, that typically what you blunder is the move that was not available on the previous move. Like, you do not look, I mean, you consider some other stuff, right? Like, I don't know, what you're calculating, bishop g2, h4, and it's never bishop c5 because b4 just wins.
right.
Right, and then you play e4, and it turns out, yeah, now there is bishop c5 because bishop has a square on d4. And also the time, yeah, it's not a huge difference, but both of them are spending time. Now it's Andreikin's turn to think, and it doesn't look like he's kind of super satisfied with this position. Maybe, strangely enough, now that I'm thinking, we are playing queen e2, maybe queen c2. Or h5 and queen c2. Yeah. Point being that I want to keep this under control. So now f5 I'll actually take. Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense. I don't think we want to play h5 first, just because, after f5 I want to take e takes and attack the bishop. That's my idea.
Yeah. And also, yeah, I can imagine that I'm castling short, and all of a sudden queen g5, queen h5. Yeah, so h5
Queen
is
g5,
unnecessary.
queen g3 also, yeah.
Yeah, unnecessary inclusion, in fact. So, especially if I'm playing queen c2. So then let's just play queen c2.
Queen c2 actually b4 is an idea as well now, right?
Now,
Queen
yeah,
c2 is
now-
much better, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, before and after bishop d4, just bishop d2. Yeah, okay, we exchange the dark square bishops, but we make sure that the knight is pushed back. Yeah, queen c2. There's also some bishop f5 after queen c2 once again. I mean, I probably should start with b4, put the knight back, but then bishop f5. All right, so white's position is not that terrible, it turns out, if you spend some time actually trying to figure out what to do. All right, so what do we do next? We have two games that finished. We have Gunina Gusiwa, which might be the first game to finish in a decisive way. So let's go back there in the women's tournament. I can see a king on e7, and it's not the end game yet. So I'm switching to
I mean,
that one.
even with the
queen
the
to
queens.
f2, bishop c4, takes bishop b6. That's one of those positions where I would strongly consider something like f5 and f6, and trying to win without taking the pawn on b6. Because I mean, it's a nice pawn and everything, but it kind of slows you down. And will black really have the time to play to save this pawn? I mean, that's my argument. I mean, if I continue attacking, right?
I guess you can do whatever, but I feel like there is nothing wrong with taking the pawn on b6.
Go here. Yeah, bishop b4, queen b6. But why do you take this guy.
Knight c6, I guess. The problem.
Ah, knight c6. So she's taken. She went f5. Yeah, it's not like there is any. It's not like there is any problem with white's position. It's not like there is any problem with white's position. It's kind of completely winning f6 being a threat.
Especially for Gunin.
Yeah. And we still see Andreikin and Pankratov, which is fine. That's Kunina's game. Well, what else was interesting? I'm trying to recall. There were a couple of boring games, quote unquote boring. Shuvalova's game was interesting against Gira. Yeah, Gira spending a lot of and it's not anymore.
But that's the line we were
more or less
discussing.
the line we were discussing.
This is the exact
castles, Queen d3, except Queen d3 inclusion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Queen d3, g6, and then white just kind of hoovers everything off. Takes, goes here, takes, goes here, takes, and c5 is perhaps the most precise. Just break,
feels like the most
break
precise.
all the pawns. Like we have three sets of double pawns in the position, right? Which is not very often.
And the hardest thing here is to actually calculate the pawns and count the pawns.
Yeah, but strangely, my argument would be here, with 4 rooks on the board. Who cares? Because with such a structure, you might end up being 2 pawns up, and it will be a draw. And nobody's going to end up being
okay,
two
let me
pawns
do the
up.
count actually. So 6.
6 versus 5.
Yeah.
Black is a pawn down currently. He can take any of those. So the only Rook b1 is an attempt, in fact, because contrary to what I was saying, if one of the sides gets 2 rooks on 7th or 2nd rank, then it's
right. But that's why I probably just play Rook f7, and you may even win the h7 pawn. And as you said, you're 2 pawns up, but I don't really care.
Yeah, takes, right.
Rook a7, Rook c3, Rook a6.
Probably this is fine, but if we just go straight forward, Rook a4, maybe King e5. Actually, why do I go King e5? Yeah, because if you take that, who knows who's playing for a win? Yeah,
not white.
It's not white. Yeah. So you probably have to eliminate the a pawn, and black goes d4. I might start taking. Yeah, it's all those have to be drawish. Shuvalovo plays extremely fast. Rook f7 played, f7 played.
I think it's just the top line of the engine, all of this. And
could be, but then why Gira spent so much time?
Because she didn't know anything.
And she figured out.
She just found anything,
But
and
that's
really impressive, I think,
That's impressive, Yeah, because here, it's not that hard to predict that this will finish in a draw, right?
Yeah. It actually will be very painful if Gira somehow loses this endgame, finding all this best moves.
Finding all the moves, Okay, so what can I do? If I, somehow, I don't even know. I probably have to trade the rooks, right? This way or another. Can I do something else? After Rook f7, Rook e3. But then, what I'm playing for, right? Rook c5.
Yeah, you wanted to put the rooks on the 7th, right?
And then what? Yeah, Rook b4. Yeah, the thing is, I thought maybe Rook b4, I'm taking on a4.
Yeah, Rook c7.
But even then, this and this, and white is a pawn up, even like this. Yeah, but white being pawn up is this 3 versus that 2 G and H pawns. So it's nobody actually cares the fact that white is a pawn
actually,
up.
Just curious. So if we have f2, f3, h2 against h7, let's say, and 1 rook.
2 f pawns.
2 f pawns, 1 h pawn against the h pawn. Is it winning?
So those are the pawns and 2 f pawns. Okay. Yeah, once again, an easy answer would be depends on where the pieces are, right?
Depends on who's played.
In a vacuum, like king on g3, it's probably still a draw. A feeling is it's still a draw.
I don't know this. I don't know that theoretical position.
Tricky. That's tricky. That's a tricky question. But we don't have anything like it. Rook f7, yeah, okay. Shuvalova has all the time in the world, but I don't think she has any advantage there. Gunina Gusieva, 2 more moves played. f5, king e8, in order not to get a check on f6. Yeah, rook f1.
I mean, I think you better resign and play king e8.
Yeah, I mean, with this thing here. Yeah, well, actually, king e8, I just thought, does it really stop f6? I mean, if you want, with white, if you want to play f6, just do it.
Yeah, but she wanted to check. Honestly, you know, she wanted to play
so she
f6
wants
and
to
deliver
open
a
the
check.
position. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm covered, so I want to block the position, make sure that this rook never enters.
Honestly, even myself, I would try to open it up somehow
and just win. Yeah.
Yeah. And rook f1, you just take, and queen f7, some stuff, or win a second pawn, right?
So you mean take, bishop takes, we will take on d5, all right? It's nothing to discuss, it's absolutely winning. And not a single chance that I can imagine for black.
Opening.
I mean, castling short would give black some chances, maybe. I mean,
So you
in
play
the blitz game.
King e8
right?
and then castle, yeah.
In the blitz game, I mean, if you're allowed to castle short, and then, okay, at least I have like 2 open files, but there is a slight problem. There was, hang on a second, there was a game in European Individual 2001, I think, where the game continued after one of the opponents made the castle. Not sure if the king was, if the king has moved,
like that,
if the king has moved or the rook has moved, because the guy who didn't notice the wrong castle was Aleksandr Moisenko from Ukraine, right? Back then, I'm not sure if a grandmaster or a very strong international master, and he didn't notice. He won the game. And he said, like, I was surprised that I've missed castle, but then I realized that, I'm still winning.
Right.
And the moment of recognition came later on when he was entering the game into the laptop, and then for some reason it would not allow him to,
I actually had the same situation once. It was a rapid game, so I only realized it.
But I have to tell you, the most impressive part of this story is the fact that he had a laptop in 2001, because that was that was really rare. I have to confess, I've got my first laptop when I was already a Grandmaster 2600. So before that, it was
You're that
it was
old.
a funny preparation. Kind of, you imagine you have the laptop and I'm asking, can I borrow for 15 minutes just to check what my guy's playing? Funny times. Okay, so not much to add here. Rook b7. What's rook b7 check in Shuvalova's game? So she exchanged on f7 when rook f7. Okay.
I mean, they will reach move 40.
They will reach move 40. That's the conclusion. Yeah. Okay, since we've started to look at women's games, let's continue. Bodnaruk and Kashlinskaya, that's the endgame we have. And knight f3, bishop d6, g3, black went e5. And probably that's the right thing to do.
So too, yeah.
Probably that's the right thing to do. It's not like it's very enjoyable endgame. Maybe it is. I mean,
No,
not enjoyable, but maybe maybe like holdable and.
I'm sure it's holdable. I'm sure black is still worse, but it feels like this is very good practical decision.
Yeah, you don't really have the attack here, right? So the longer you wait, the more chances that you'll be attacked.
I mean, rook e1 and there's no e5
and there is no
anymore.
e5, and then you suffer. Yeah. So now it's this endgame. Rook f4 probably is a clever move because you might use some rook shifts on the force rank. So how do we proceed with black from here?
I think we should just make some useful moves like rook e7.
Knight e4 what I was thinking. I mean, can I do knight e4? I'm not sure where this knight's heading. Yeah, that's the problem.
Also, I'm not so sure. 94 maybe. I can
94
take.
takes. Yeah, 94 takes. Could be a problem. Yeah, like 94 takes, if pawn takes, even stuff like that. Like in
Right,
D2, you swap one rook. Okay, maybe rook ending, maybe it's a draw, but still, it's
Very unpleasant.
White's better till the end of the game.
Oh, I wouldn't touch tonight on f6.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the case. It's not that easy to suggest what exactly black has to be doing. Like swap a pair of rooks makes it easier for white to go with the king in the center, right? So, I mean, I can play king d2 anyway, but if rook e1, let's say, I'll probably just go king d2, right?
Yeah.
King d2 takes, and then this.
No. I think as black you want to keep the rooks on the board, so
Yeah, you
at least you
probably-
can get some counterplay.
Okay, so,
So I would just sit and wait, like rook e7, maybe try to bring the king to d6 somehow or something.
yeah, so that's what I was debating. So king f7 looks like this pawn can be taken.
Okay.
But then there is rook h8, yeah, and then h2 falls. But then maybe that's you just use this moment to go king f7, e7, d6. So it was the king on d6. It kind of
that
feels
feels
safer.
right, yeah.
It feels safer. All right, Galyamov with Garifulin, the endgame. Queen c8. I was taking on c8. Galyamova agreed with you that knight has nothing to do on d3. I went knight e5. They've exchanged on
Smart.
c4. Smart, but does it bring us anything? Bishop
think
b6
so.
and b5. Wait a second. Do we win a pawn or something? I mean, in some order. Take on e7, take on b5, go knight d6.
Yeah, but maybe this is that kind of pawn which can be converted, to anything. Like rook b8.
You do this and maybe this next move, right? And then you just swap everything. I just swap everything. Yeah. Feels very solid.
I wonder who is higher rated, Garifulin or
Galyamova at that moment.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure, yeah.
Because Galyamova was number 2 in the world or something? Maybe
Yeah,
number 3?
remember her being rated 2550 when it mattered something.
Yeah.
Like she was certainly in top 100 for men.
Yeah, okay, so way before Leo was born, right?
Yeah. But, times change. Times change. Is there any way... Oh, wait a second. Maybe I can do something smarter. So I'm capturing this. Go knight a5 this moment.
Yeah.
And my only regret is that I probably cannot take on a5 right now. Because... no, wait a second. This guy's protected. Then maybe I do this, yeah. So
Takes
instead of
b4.
winning the pawn, I'm trying to claim that maybe I'll surround it later. And that's a lame claim.
Hard to believe. Yeah.
Rook b5, you'll have rook b8 at the very least, right?
And we see the ending of the Shuvalva-Gira.
Yeah, Shuvalva-Gira is just a draw, one pawn each rook ending. I mean, they probably know everything.
I mean, this is a grandmaster game, right?
Yeah.
One side was really well prepared, just
That's it.
checking if Black knows anything.
Black knows everything, and
looks
and
like
the answer was
mean,
yes.
I have a feeling that Gira actually didn't know, but
But she found out.
it's even more impressive that she managed to find all these moves,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
because none of them was natural.
Yeah, I have to agree. So Galyamova Garifulina, the conclusion is that probably it's not much, if anything, for white.
Yeah.
And we have two more games. Daria Voigt against Alina Bivola. There was this, some reason, French defense pops to mind, but it's not a French defense. It's Queen's Gambit line. That
It reminds me, so at the World Cup, I was working with Dina Bellinger, right? And we would play the same game. Like I would ask her what opening was that, and she always had the two answers. It's either the Caro or the Queen's Gambit accepted, even if Black's pawn is on d6 or whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, but in this case, it wasn't the structure because we were discussing the game itself. Yeah, it's just that. Somehow confused the name of this. Okay. Confused the name of this because we were talking. Remember the Karpov Korchnoi thing, Korchnoi Karpov, and so on. Yeah, F4. Is it good? The question. Like F4 is it's ambitious. It's actually the position has changed a lot. That's what I've got to say. Position has changed a lot.
Still, probably.
But at the same time, yeah, like no big thing happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we see Leah on the camera playing against Alisa, and I think she's one of the very few players who actually has a personal sponsor. Right?
Yeah.
Sima Land is her sponsor.
Yeah, right. So she's. Do you know where she's from originally? Is she from Yekaterinburg? Not sure. Not sure.
Yeah. I know she lives there. I think she represents Yekaterinburg, but I don't know where she's from.
All right. So here, I really have no idea what to say about this position. I mean,
probably slightly better for Black, I would think, but
by that point, yeah, could
because structure is still better, and I don't know if it looks more active.
Yeah, it's like the fact that you've played F4 does not really improve your structure a great deal.
As Ben Feigl says, never play F3, right? In this case,
F4 is like a worse version of F3. Yeah, but still, this doesn't look like a super exciting. And then the last game before we go for a first break of today is Ovod against Pogonina. And here, that was the moment when you said, like, looks like White has something confused, yeah? And, Queen D7, Knight H2, so White did not manage to push D4, did not manage to weaken Black's position. Queen F3, yet you start getting the feeling, yeah? It's good for 1 minute blitz. You concentrate everything on the king side and hope that there is an attack, and okay, maybe your opponent blunders, but for a classical game, it kind of feels not enough. Bishop D5 here and Bishop F7. That's deep. Knight to E4, Knight to D5. Finally exchanged here. So if any side
made, just worse,
if any side made progress, it's actually Black. Yeah, with the exchange of these bishops, now you have to care about F4 square.
D3 is potentially weak.
A D1.
I mean, after I play Knight C6, you can never really play D5. I mean, you can, I guess, but you just get the isolated pawn, right? It doesn't really fix the problem.
And remember I was talking how Black will have to play King H8, Bishop G8 in some case, but for that you actually have to attack H7. Now I have no clue how do you attack H7.
Black is at least very comfortable here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if there is any serious advantage, but very comfortable position.
Yeah, it's one of those positions that it gets worse for White over time. I mean, either you have D4 and you equalize.
Right.
If you just play moves, Black just play moves. I mean, Black's kind of average move quality is better. And now, actually looking at it, at some point I'll play H6 because I'll play F5 next move.
Yeah. This structure somehow reminds me our game, the only game we played against each other.
But
your pieces were much better placed.
Yeah,
right?
it's like strange. Yeah, strange. Because let's agree. I mean, it's a sort of a Keynesian structure. In Keynesian, you have to have. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch. It's not exactly Keynesian structure, right? But what I'm trying to say that you've given up the space, so you have to have some tactical, I don't know, dynamical ideas. Here, I don't see any.
There are none, yeah. Sometimes in such structures, B4, A4, B5 could be played, but not in this case.
Again,
sure. Like you need the bishop on d2 or b2 for that kind of stuff.
I'm actually still thinking if, if this bishop e3 is an achievement for white.
Maybe just a
I mean, I understand that you want to do something. You cannot stand still, yeah? And in many, many cases, the bishop on a7 is a dangerous piece.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Ova just didn't have enough understanding of the arising positions. Like, she knew that, she takes on d5, plays bishop c2, and then something happens, but she didn't really know the details. In fact, all this plan with knight h2, queen f3 feels
already
wrong.
completely off, yeah.
So in this position, for example, I think bishop d2 makes some sense. And again, it's kind of an ugly move, but then b4, e4 is sort of annoying for black, usually.
Yeah.
And this way, it's you may actually get some play. Well, what she did is like standard Rui Lopez maneuvers with knight h2. But
for knight h2, queen f3, like you have to have like everything else perfect.
Yeah, and
which
you
is
have
not
to
the case.
attack something after that. Say
Is not
there's
the
the
case.
knight on f6, pawn on h6. At least you're threatening bishop takes h6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here you threaten nothing at all, and that's why all this regrouping doesn't make much sense to me. And this is something I see a lot in the games of not so great players, not top grandmaster level players, let's say, that they know some ideas. Let's say in this case, she definitely knew that knight h2 is standard, and she plays it without realizing that the position is actually different. So
and that's why I will never play these lines, because I would not be able to tell which is which. I mean, is it knight h2 this time or knight h4? I mean, in King's Indian, it's much easier. You have to play f5. You don't know, if it's good, maybe your position is lost, but you play f5, you attack the king. On a serious note, it might partially explain the popularity of the London system. Because it's very complex on the very top, let's say. But even like, I don't know, 2300 level, 2200 level, you have the general idea. You don't have bad pieces, the bishop outside of the chain, and you can play. I mean,
and you can play it against anything. That's
that's the extra benefit. So basically, we are trying to say that humans are lazy.
I mean, they are,
which is the absolute truth. So, and on that note, that humans are lazy. Why don't we take the first break of today for about 10 minutes and continue? So, a reminder: 3 games finished, all 3 drawn, to 2 draws in men's tournament and a draw for Shuvalova and Gira. That's an open tournament, exactly. Men made 2 draws in the open section, to put it
accurately.
Accurately. Okay, so we'll be back after some break.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Музей шахмат ведет свою историю с 1980 года, но его полноценная жизнь началась после переезда в новые отреставрированные залы в 2014 году. В основе экспозиции коллекция известного ленинградского собирателя Вячеслава Домбровского. Его портрет занимает в музее почетное место. Фонды пополнялись и пополняются благодаря подаркам любителей шахмат и именитых гостей, трофеям советских и российских чемпионов. В залах представлены редчайшие комплекты шахмат от Японии до Ирландии, в том числе художественные работы мирового уровня. Рядом с изящными шедеврами из фарфора, слоновой кости и эбенового дерева картонные шахматы блокадного Ленинграда и шахматы, первыми летавшие в космос. Самому старому экспонату, шахматной доске из Эфиопии, 400 лет. Есть среди экспонатов шахматы царских детей и подарки советским вождям. Впечатляет богатая экспозиция афиш, начиная с 1937 года. Всего в коллекции музея более 700 оригиналов афиш. Немало в экспозиции призов с соревнований мирового уровня. С шахматной олимпиады в Салониках, например, наши сборные победительницы привезли кубки в виде древнегреческих чернофигурных ваз. В залах выставлены картины, редкие книги, в том числе рукописные. В их числе первый русский шахматный учебник 1821 года, первый шахматный журнал «Паламет» и первый в мире турнирный сборник 1851 года. Есть в коллекции музея личные вещи великих шахматистов: Михаила Чигорина, Александра Алехина, Михаила Ботвинника, Василия Смыслова, Тиграна Петросяна. На почетном месте, всегда привлекающий посетителей, столик легендарного шахматного матча Карпов-Каспаров 1984 года и фоторепортаж об этом событии известного шахматного фотографа Бориса Долматовского.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to round 2 of Russian Superfinals. While we've been on a break, Alex, Gunina has won her game. And as well, of course, we have a lot of development in the other games. So let's continue. First things first. In the men tournament, we've seen 2 draws before the break, and Matlakov against Rachmanov, as we were told, is heading towards a draw. They have opposite colored bishops. Yeah, draw can be agreed anytime soon, it seems like.
In 2 moves, exactly.
Yeah. In the other games, the situation is far less clear. And yeah, and in the women's section, a draw for Shuvalova and Olga Gira, perhaps a perfect game from both players. And Valentina Gunina wins, and I think we can call it an opening catastrophe for Marina Guseva. Like in 15 moves, there was little doubt that White was winning. All right, I don't know. Let's quickly show Gunina's game, yeah, or yeah, we are here. So we are on Matlakov. Yeah, Matlakov's here, and we can catch up with what has happened. Okay, that's certainly a draw. Opposite colors, nothing to talk about. This, yeah, Bishop d4. That's what we've discussed, yeah. Bishop b4, Queen here, c3. And that's the position that we had. We thought capturing here does not fully equalize. Queen e3 is what Matlakov has played. Rook d8, swapped here. Knight c3, d2, c2, 3. This. Yeah. Just an absolutely equal position.
Also looks like a perfect game, right?
Yeah, remains to be, of course, remains to be seen, remains to be checked if all that is correct. Yeah, but if that's the best kind of that was offered for both sides, then yeah, that's one of those instances when you played correctly and so did your opponent, and draw seems to be like a fair result. Okay, in other games though, the things are much more entertaining, I want to say. Pretke against Vityugov is the game that we were discussing during the break. E5 and B6, that's what was suggested in the chat, I believe.
Exactly.
And White played Queen D1, so that after Bishop B7 to play Bishop E2 and finish the development and castle short. But Black, of course, has something to say about it. And now Bishop H6 probably wins the exchange, but the conclusion is that I'm not sure what probably Bishop takes. Yeah, not sure if White enjoys the resulting position. Yeah,
I'm sure he doesn't.
Yeah, sure that he doesn't. Yeah, so the bishop, the dark square bishop, even though it's modestly placed on F8 for now, yeah, it's not worse than the rook. A3 constantly hanging, the structure is ruined. All in all, looks like it's only Black who can be better and probably is better in the resulting position. So White has played Queen C2. So now, still, I mean, I think it's just good for Black. I mean, right. I mean, not promising, not I don't know. Black has the counterplay type of position, but Black is just better. So all the benefits plus the materials equal now, right? So the only worry is not to run into any kind of attack.
That's why I would consider King H8 here.
King H8,
and it's not because I'm afraid of Bishop H6 right now, but it's a good prophylactic move, I think.
Yeah, because I thought G6, but then it makes it a little loose. Yeah, Bishop F3, maybe Knight E4 and Knight D5. Yeah, King H8 is kind of safer in this regard. King H8, maybe still I'm playing something like that. Bishop F3, no.
Yeah, but the major problem is what to do with the king.
Yeah, right? The king on E1, and after long castle, A3 is hanging. B4 doesn't really help because Black will have A5. So it's like, do you really play a4 here? just to make sure that the pawn is not going. What an ugly move that is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but looks like something's happening in the Andreikin
Pankratov. Something's happening. It's a moves repetition. I think as early as move 21, which is a bit of a surprise. Okay, let me find out what has happened. So e4, that's what we've seen. Bishop h3, castles, queen g4, queen f6, castles, bishop d4, queen e2. I'm not convinced by this queen g4. Queen e2, queen e7, preparing f5, back to g4, stopping f5 kind of. Queen f6, and yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Dmitry was just really afraid of that f5 idea. So
Yeah. And he after the game, I mean, he said something to Pankratov. Looked like he is disappointed. Andreikin. He's disappointed.
I mean, his position definitely looked better at some point, but he wasn't winning or anything, right? So
Yeah.
more or less a fair result.
Yeah. And one can say it's a quick draw, but there have been some things happening. I mean, first of all, it's a very unusual line from black, which Andreikin was unable to refute.
Yeah,
right.
People in the chat were saying that this has been played by Rupert a couple of times.
The line that black has played. Yeah, okay, whenever you see pieces weirdly placed, it's Rupert usually. All right, so that makes it 3 draws. Then Matlakov, Rakhmanov, I'm still surprised it's not a draw yet. I mean, it probably will be. I mean, is there any chance that white... No, I mean, how do you win it?
I don't think so.
No, I thought like running to g6, but if things really go bad, you can go to f8. Yeah, I mean, by that point, you might as well just make sure all the pawns are on, on the.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with the king on f8. So.
Yeah, king f5, king e7, king g6, king f8. Yeah, just a draw. So only 2 games going. Pretke, Vitugov. We think it's much better, or I don't know, much better, but better for Vitugov, for black. And Goryachkin and Motilev. Remember, here we really had no idea how to handle this position for black. F5 he ended up playing. Queen
That's
takes.
what you suggested as well.
Yeah, after a couple of unsuccessful tries to do something else.
Right.
Ended up playing F5, and so decided by Aleksandr Motilev. Queen G3, C5.
And Matlakov just finished his game.
Matlakov agrees a draw. Yeah. So Rakhmanov's A6 on move 3.
Unbeatable.
Time to ask him for a couple of lessons. Yeah. All right, C5, and here the thing is, I mean, I'd be very happy to take and then play something to 7th rank and rook d1, but for that my rook, I mean, other rook has to be on d1, which is impossible. So queen on f6 does a good job of attacking the e1 rook. And maybe that's actually how black kind of getting out of the woods. Bishop g6, rook f8, rook a b1, bishop c6. Now white, yes, so rook a b1, of course, not the move you want to play, but you can't take on d8 because queen a1 check. A b1, then you take on d8. Interestingly, Motilev decided to take with the queen. Rook e1, rook f6, rook e3.
Well, weakness on e6, but it's basically the only problem in black's position. And
yeah, maybe rook d3 needs to be stopped or kind of taken care of. Rook d3.
Actually, yeah, this could be annoying.
That's like rook d3, d6, something. I'm still asking myself, why didn't he take with the rook? Queen c7 is not, or is it queen c7? Is it a problem?
What if I just play rook e1, the same thing?
e1.
Rook d2, I guess queen b8 is always
queen
problem.
b8 is there. Maybe, yeah, because I thought like without too much thinking, let's control the d file with the rook, but maybe my rook is not all that useful on the d file. Yeah. It's an unpleasant position still. Remember we were talking, like, yeah, black can change the position this way and that way, but just a choice between various somewhat unpleasant positions for black.
It's definitely not equal yet, for sure.
Yeah, so Goryachkina will keep trying, but yeah, interestingly, I'm a little bit disappointed Andreikin couldn't find a way to continue. But other than that, we are left with only 2 games, but those 2 are kind of the most interesting for now. Yeah,
and the fair results, and nothing, no burdens with Queen D4, Queen D4. So
yeah, absolutely,
it's normal. Yeah,
yeah, it's okay. And 4 games in progress in women's tournaments, so we might as well just go there. Some of those games might be, I'm not sure, yeah, if it's already a time for some time trouble, but let's find out. Here, Ovud catched up with Pagonina on the clock, more or less, and actually, I must say, it looks like White at least somewhat improved the position.
Visually, yes.
Visually, yeah, but not sure if it's the case. Yeah. Look, knight c5, queen c8, queen f3, b6, bishop a4. That's what has happened. Takes and rook f8, knight g4 and queen b8. Yeah, maybe you have the point. So the c5 pawn is not that weak. Yeah, I mean c pawns, double pawns are not that weak.
I still like black, but I'm actually not 100% sure that this was all planned, because, like, again, visually you don't really want to double your pawns without, being forced to do that.
Yeah, but how does White deal with it? Rook d2, right? Probably. Rook d2. And,
and then
if rook d6 or queen b6, then just go here and try to play bishop b. Even this, I mean, it's
knight f4.
All looks
c4 might be a problem at some point.
All looks
a2
pleasant for black.
maybe?
Yeah, a2. Yeah.
So
Queen b8. Meanwhile, Aleksandr Motilov makes his move. Queen to e7. Shall we just quickly check back? Queen e7. Yeah, so the check is answered with rook f8, and then back to f6. If rook d3, maybe e5.
maybe e5. Yeah.
Maybe e5, and then if rook e3 back, even e4. And even then, it's still White who's trying. Yeah?
f3 is a move.
Yeah, yeah. Like, sorry. That, e4, f3. Maybe now I'm begging you for a draw like that. 6 takes, and I'm not sure if I'm achieving the draw. Maybe not. Yeah. Rook takes, rook d2. Maybe I do.
Well,
3 versus 2. Yeah, 3 versus 2. Somewhere on the horizon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe Black's gonna save it, but not a pleasant position. And Predke went for something, or rather, Vitigov played rook e8. Keeping the king on g8 and knight e4. Yeah. I'm not sure about rook e8, to be honest.
I mean, black didn't have an obvious move, right? So rook e8 is just one of the many options.
One of the moves. Agreed.
Looks fine. Well, now we need to decide how to deal with this knight e4 stuff, which actually looks a bit
yeah, I mean,
unpleasant.
It's annoying. Yeah, feels like we either take it or we go bishop f5, maybe.
Yeah, but then even bishop d3, I think.
Bishop f5, bishop d3, and we take it, but next move, yeah,
Right.
still have to take
I
it,
mean,
it seems.
bishop g6 is an option. Maybe that's the way to go,
Bishop
actually.
g6, yeah, at least making sure that the king is fully protected. If I take that, it's still better for black, right? Because now the king is much safer.
This is like clearly better for
Yeah,
black.
that's till the end of the game you'll be. Yeah, it's like if you somehow swap the queens, then I'm getting a bit more optimistic with white because maybe I'll push the a pawn and so on. Yeah, but with queens on the board, with king on e1, that's not very pleasant. And yeah, and we have to pay close attention to this game because it's move 17, and they are both like on 20 minutes. They'll be probably will
This
be,
will be sharp,
decided. Yeah, decided in the forthcoming time trouble. All right, but for now, let's move to women's tournament. Let's see what else happening. Over at Pagonina, we've already checked. Void with Bivol somehow. I can't really say much about it. I mean, the game changes all the time and still, like, no obvious conclusion. Queen e7, I think that was the last time we've visited. Rook e1. Black decided to take on b4, which of course improves white's structure a great deal. Rook e3, c5, g4. I have a feeling like white is playing for a win, even though at some point it seemed that black had a better position.
I think that's the case. On the other hand, still hard to imagine any results beside a draw.
Your knight on e4, however, doesn't have a move.
Can I just play a5?
a5. If this...
I take on c5, right?
I take on e8 and rook c4. I mean, at least that was the plan.
I can always play a5, I think. And
Yeah. To be fair,
this is not a serious extra pawn, I think.
probably it's not that scary. But yeah, but maybe you have to show the trick. Yeah. So take. No. If rook takes immediate knight c5, if king takes rook c4. Looks like we... wait a second. a4?
Rook takes, right?
Who takes whom? Yeah, rook takes... yeah. Rook takes, knight takes, and I'm on time, I wanted to say, but... King's running... I mean, these positions...
Yeah, maybe this is a draw, but...
yeah, black, of course, doesn't want to enter this. Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, I agree. Rook c7. Which is safe. So now, in all those lines, there will be knight e6 or knight a6. So the pin on the c file is no longer a pin.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c7, and maybe next move you go a5, and we agree a draw happily. King g2. King g2, king f3.
And a5 now, just in time, right?
Yeah. a5, king f3, a4. In this case, it's actually, if anyone's better, it's black, so after a5 you probably will have to take, and we just exchange everything. So that's another potential draw. And Galyamova with Garifulina looked fairly equalish the moment we left it.
Right.
Today we have a lot of draws, man.
This one is not an exception.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not much you can do. Yeah. I mean, you can claim. Wait a second. e4. You play. Maybe white actually has something. No.
I mean, knight f6.
e4, knight f6, f3. That is actually awkward. Because rook b7, and I mean you can give checks all the time, yeah. Rook b7, rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my argument. So at least kind of white might win a pawn. e4, and there is rook e2, but you can still play f3. That's how you make a draw. Look, you go
And
rook e2,
knight e3,
f3, knight e3, yeah, sorry, knight
No, she
e3.
just played knight f6.
You just played knight f6.
She
There.
must see something, I think.
But what? I mean, g5 I thought. g5, knight f7, g4. But g5, rook c7, and then black... Now black actually is in trouble. Now black actually is in trouble. 3... Yeah, so you probably do this. Knight d7 works. Knight d7 works. And then a check on the first rank.
Okay.
Yeah, so you cannot take on f7.
Just in
Yeah,
time,
knight
yeah.
d7 solves everything. So rook b7, if white doesn't do anything, you move the g-pawn, go king g7, and it's a draw. And if white plays rook f8, knight d7, this loses to rook b1. Otherwise, you exchange the rooks, and it's just a draw. Yeah, fair enough.
So a draw here, and draw in void people.
Yeah, leaves us
How
with...
about Bodnar?
And Bodnar with Kashlinskaya, well...
Also pretty drawish, I think.
But it's... no. For some reason I thought it's white to move... Yeah, knight d7, rook b4. Yeah, okay, d5 is hanging. Back to f6. Will this be... This be any different? At least looks like white can try. Maybe c4 in right now. I mean, first of all, I don't like the fact that it's an endgame and I have my king on d1. So what I will try to do is probably this. Because black is fairly passive, right? King d2, if black somehow skips. King d3, and then c4. So maybe it's still
unpleasant, right?
Still unpleasant, yeah. d2 on the other hand. This is where I want my knight to be, but how do I get there? No easy way. So, this is probably our last game for today, I mean, in terms of how long is going to go, because this endgame can be played nearly forever. Guryashkin and Motolev can be played forever as well. Vityugov and Predke, I expect them to at least decide the game before move 40. All the rest in women's tournament looks more or less... Okay, over Pagonina, nobody knows what's going to happen there, yeah. I agree, Pagonina's better, but it can also last for ages. And this endgame, I mean, if white is careful, it will be really hard for black to kind of solve the issue. I mean, black probably should hold, but what's the plan to hold remains to be seen. I mean, you can solve it this way. You go rook b6, knight d7, rook b4, and agree a draw. I mean, one of the ways.
We wouldn't mind this, of course.
We wouldn't mind that, but I think Bodnar knows that it's not exactly a draw.
I mean, first of all, she knows. Secondly, she lost yesterday, so
yeah, why not to try?
yeah, she has to try here.
So, but anyway, yeah, what's the move after king d2? You have to do something. You know? Maybe rook e5 and then rook f5, annoy white like this.
Well,
honestly, even this is... I'm not kind of 100% convinced it's a draw if you swap the rooks. Or maybe should I say I'm almost sure it's not a draw because king gets to d4, some c4 happens, and it's hard for black. Might be just an unpleasant position. How did it came about? Yeah, rook e1, rook a4, a6, rook b4.
I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about. That
Yeah,
black
so the
shouldn't
rook-
exchange the rooks, I think.
Yeah. And she decided otherwise.
Yeah, now it's like just really passive.
Bishop e2, rook b6, bishop f3. Yeah, but the rook actually played it in a nice manner.
Why doesn't she play king d2? I guess some move like c3 is also an option, but
Yeah.
you need to bring the king closer.
C4. Yeah, the problem with C4, I'm not sure how big of a threat CD5 is. Yeah.
I don't think it is actually at all. There are many games where you take this pawn, black puts on d6, and it's
And
just
it's a fortress. Yeah. So when you play C4, you don't want to take. You want black to take so that you
Right.
kind of open up the space for the bishop and the rook.
No, this is a plan at some point, I guess, but not now for sure.
Yeah. And having the king on d3 in this position doesn't hurt really.
Doesn't
So
hurt
that's
at all.
why. That's why you're probably looking for king goes.
I mean, I guess the problem is, okay, bring the king to d3, even d4, like what's next?
Then you play c4, and then you want to take with the bishop? Question mark. With king, okay. I mean, if black just keeps moving back and forth, you get to d4, and your next move is c4. Okay.
All right.
In theory, it sounds promising. Galyamova and Garifulina ended in a draw precisely with this line that we've found. Knight d7, exchange, and yeah.
And Garifulina is only 18 or something like that. And
Yep.
she was third, I think, last year.
Yeah, she was third and with very impressive play as well.
Yeah. So she's probably the most promising young talent in Russia, as for now.
Yeah. Well, Shuval, how old is Shuval?
I think she's 20 or 21.
Oh, yeah.
So Garifulina
no
is
longer-
younger for sure.
Technically, no longer considered a youngster,
Yeah,
right?
Almost a veteran already.
Uh-huh. So, but as we said, a lot of draws today. No move still from Bodnaruk in this endgame that we've talking about. Void with Bivol heading towards a draw. So we guessed, rook c7, a5, king g2, a5, king f3. King f3, wait a second. So a4, she has some plan. Which plan?
That a1. Okay, so takes. I think we take first, right?
We take here, we take here. I mean, okay, White can always make a draw. Can White try to play for a win, strangely? King d4.
Rook b, or rook b7,
So point being,
c6, right?
point being b2, it's a check, and rook b8, and this is, okay, this is very serious. I mean, if it's not winning, it could be, but that's very serious. So b2 will be inaccuracy, putting it mildly. Rook b7, c6 works, because b2 we take, b1 we give a check. Maybe it doesn't, actually. This will never happen in the real game, but this does look like a perpetual check.
Oh man, we just take the rook, right?
Taking the rook with the king on c5, I'm not sure if
Not
you're...
on c5, but if you go to...
Yeah, like if you're trying to hide somewhere...
a8, let's say.
Yeah, you go somewhere to a8, and still you're probably unable to block with it. But this will never happen. This will never happen. Let's
On the other hand, this is very straightforward, so like, why not? I think it could happen.
Again, a4, takes here, king d4. And wait, and if I go king d7, king c3, king e6, right?
King c4, just b2, right? I mean,
Or b2.
I
I thought this. Or it's not. No, it's not.
Rook b7,
rook b7.
king
I'll have to
b7.
go rook b1, and then you do this. And
I'm
I'm lucky if it's a draw, right?
White is not playing for me here.
I'm lucky if it's a draw. Yeah. They're probably just a draw then. Yeah, I'm wondering why Bivol is thinking, because she can, yeah?
She has plenty of time, yeah, why not?
Oh, wait a second. And is this a move? Because technically I'm threatening stuff. Like knight g5, knight d2. This actually is a move. And then you move the rook away. And then a4. And then the c5 pawn is no longer hanging. Yeah? So you can go knight d4. It's very hard to, to guess what players' objectives are in this game. Yeah, because you and I, we agree that that's a draw, and probably we want to make this draw as soon as possible.
But it just felt like at least Alina wasn't playing for win after she played queen e7, queen takes b4, and this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the moment you exchange on b4 and repair white structure, it feels like you want to be safe. You want to equalize to level the game.
Yeah. And also Daria, yesterday she was 2 pawns up. She chose the safest way of playing and made a draw. So here I don't think she wants to push too hard.
All right. Move 34. So no time trouble issues, no nothing. A4 played. Yeah. A4 played. I think it's very likely that something like that happens, and then we just walk away with another draw.
Yeah, I think let's switch to Bredke's game. Let's say there's some b4 stuff going on.
In fact, we only have kind of one game which is really tense and still kind of undecided what's going on the board. It's this one, Bredke against Vityugov. Okay, so what has happened? Queen c2, rook e8, knight e4, bishop f5, and then White decided to swap everything and go bishop c5. b4. So if you take, all of a sudden White is more than happy. So
your bishop d4, you just castle.
Your options are: you go back, bishop d4. As surprising as it sounds, I might castle.
a5.
a5. Yeah, you're right. It's a bit too much.
Rook c1 is on the board, actually.
Bishop d4 played and rook c1 is on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe he keeps it here, and maybe he pushes the c pawn. Maybe that's the.
Yeah, I mean, castling is just a fancy move, but rook c1 makes sense because now there are not that many pieces left, right, to attack White's king.
King is more or less comfortable in the center. Yeah. The king is more or less comfortable in the center. Can White... Yeah.
Novichok in the chat just compared us to Anish Giri. Because we're always looking for a draw.
Yep.
We don't mind this comparison.
Yeah, in that case, we have no objections. That's cool. We are looking for a draw. Right. Yeah. We want everything finished in a draw in 10 minutes. That's the secret.
Peaceful.
Yeah, that's the secret. Queen d7, and he did play Queen d7 because I thought that the only way to disturb White's setup if somehow I managed to get the pawn to f4 and actually force White to take.
But then let's say go King e2, right?
King e2.
And f5, Queen d5, I think.
And then Queen d5. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The problem,
rook c7 is a threat. In fact,
the problem is Black could start with rook d8 first, and then try to
rook d8 and try to go f5 then. Then my king e2 might not be to the point because I thought c5, f5, c6 creates a mess, but then c5, queen b5 check is a bit annoying from that. Could I go c5 straight up, or with my rooks not connected? Maybe it's not the brightest idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure if c5 is needed at all, to be honest. Like, you open up the position, technically his king is weaker than mine, right?
Yeah.
And your rook disconnected as well.
What's that? We are shown void with bevel. Yeah, going for that line. King e4. Black will take, and that's the moment of truth.
Rook d8 will happen.
Rook d8 or king d4? King d4 or rook d8? Well, actually, we
I mean,
didn't
it's the
really...
same thing, but rook d8 is simpler, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, as white, you don't really believe you have great chances here, I think. I mean, I'm just basing my opinion here on how Daria played yesterday. You know, she apparently likes to play safe, and rook d8 is the safest move in the position.
Oh, wait a second. King d4, what did we say? King e7, king c3...
Yeah, rook b7.
No, it was...
No, it would be b2 first. No, sorry.
It was king c4, b2, yeah, but king c3, somehow I've
rook b7.
completely neglected.
Oh, sorry,
because
king e6
I
was
said
normal.
king e6, yeah, because I thought rook d6 you can actually take, and the
No, but
pawn
king
is
e7
yeah,
back?
of course you can. King e7, I thought now king c4, because I've improved the rook. Now b2
Rook
doesn't make
b7?
sense. Rook b7, and maybe it's different. Like, no, it's nonsense.
It's
yeah?
exactly the same
Exactly the same position. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly the same. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So waiting for rook d8 and the handshake. Move 36, a few more moves before the handshake. Check. There is a check on d8. And you're making a draw comfortably. Voila. Okay. Now it.
Now we
mean,
can
I don't think it makes any sense to
Right.
to continue with this game. Yeah.
unfollow.
Unfollow. Right. So that's a draw. Bodna rook with Kashlinskaya. Something has happened. King d2, king d6. By the way, king d6. So black was not planning to. I don't
But
know.
I can just check, right?
Yeah, that's exactly things like this. King d6 kind of loses time for black in reality because check, unless you're planning to go king e5 and put a knight on e4. Well, maybe it's not terrible. I don't know.
Well, my first feeling is that the king has to be on the queen side to protect these
Yeah.
pawns, but
So the thing with king e5 is you have to be sure that it works because there will be no way back, right? I mean, you cannot really break this setup. The rook on b6, I mean, can stay there for as long as white wants.
yeah.
But it might
I mean,
work.
I guess rook c7, king knight d7.
Yeah,
would
rook
be an
c7, knight d7, maybe you can, once again. Because I thought, like, if king e5, knight e4 works, then you can actually bring the knight to d6, and that helps a ton, because you protect b7, also you'll have some jumps. Maybe
This actually
that way.
looks smart.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, maybe we are not giving this check, maybe just play king d3,
And then king c5, right?
and then king c5.
Oh, but king c5, rook b6.
Rook b6, and there is a little
Oops.
check. Yeah, there is a little check.
Unavoidable. Right?
There's a little check threatening. Yeah, king c5. Okay, I'll see. So there is that. There is a draw, and there's some changes in Pagonina's game. Queen b8, queen g3. Tricky tricks. King goes, bishop d5, rook d5, knight e3, rook d7, b3, bishop g6, knight c4.
Yeah, actually looks like white stabilized her position and doesn't look bad at all.
That, if you need to protect d3, it's knight b2.
Rook e3 also. F4.
No, but I thought like knight b2 is the ugliest way, but then knight a4 and you'll actually take c5.
Maybe.
And if you take c5, even for an exchange of d3, if you take c5, you may start thinking of, maybe I'm playing for a win.
Yeah, this may get unpleasant for black easily.
Yeah, so that's why rook d8, so why black has to keep the d3 pawn in check.
I would still play rook e3.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
e4, we are not scared of.
e4, I didn't see. She just played knight b2, so she's following your advice.
Knight b2. There's still could be some c4, right? Okay, not here, because here c4 takes... I mean, even here it's not completely pointless and go rook d2.
Right. I mean, I'm just reading the chats. One of the most active persons was Little Black Cat, and he says, it's time for him to go to bed, and he says, thank you for the stream, Miro and Evgenij. I wonder which one of them is myself. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks guys for being in the chat, being with us. Yeah, knight b2. Oh, actually, anything can
I'm
happen
not
now, yeah?
liking the tendency for black here. Actually, yeah. Well, what if I just double up on the d file?
With white, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, although
E2,
there's always
E1,
e4, but
and
say I double, I play queen e3, I play knight a4. How do you protect c4, right?
yeah, so it's let's agree on this being double-edged from now on. Yeah, it's maybe not yet bad for black, but certainly he has to be super careful.
But that's something we need to take into account always, the tendency, right? The direction the game is taking. And it's clearly getting better and better and better for white.
Yeah,
even
because
though objectively it's probably still
somewhere
fine.
around here we said, yeah, black is clearly better. Then here was still probably black has chances, and now who knows? Yeah, okay, queen b6 after knight a4 if it's played, probably queen c6. So we start with queen e3 almost always. Yeah, always start with queen e3. Meanwhile, yeah. Another draw, Voigt against Bivol, but that was predictable.
Yes,
that was predictable. So there is that, and there is Bodnaruk with Kashlinskaya, this endgame, which, as we agreed, can last more or less forever, and 2 games in the Open.
Yeah, how's Gorechkin?
Gorechkin, it didn't change much since we've seen it last time. Queen to e7, a4. Okay, I mean, it's a move. Queen e5, rook f6, rook g3, rook f8, bishop c2, rook f6. So Motylev basically plays sit-and-wait game. Can white do something about it?
Not liking this strategy at all.
For black?
For black, yeah. It's not like I see a clear plan for white right now, but, generally speaking, it's just...
yeah, it's not what...
It's about to get worse for black, I think.
Well, actually, rook d3...
Yeah, rook d3 is one of the serious concerns here for black.
Ah, wait. It doesn't... I mean, rook f5...
Queen d6.
Ah, you have queen d6. No, I thought I'm being brilliant. I'm winning a pawn, but rook f7 and I'm not winning a pawn. Because bishop g6, you have bishop e8. Yeah. But rook d3 is still a move. Rook f5, yeah, you have check, queen d6, you have an immediate queen d6.
Yeah, I think immediately it's a bit more precise. So e6 in some lines. Hence we were. I think she just played.
And rook d3 is played. Yeah, rook d3 is played. So now.
And what's the move for black actually?
Yeah, well, actually, how do you stop queen d6 or rook d6? Is there a move?
And if Aleksandr wins, she joins the leaders.
Yep.
By the way.
King f7, by any chance? So that when you play queen d6, I swap and go e5, and I'm happy.
But I play rook d6.
But like you play rook d6, exactly.
And then h4, h5, bishop back to g6.
f4, f5 might be. Yeah, f4, h4, yeah, it's like black has all the...
Black has no moves, literally. Like, he can just move back and forth, but this is not the way you save this position, I think.
Rook g6. Is rook g6 a move?
So risky.
Check.
It just wins, right?
King f7.
F7.
Perhaps not, the only move not to resign immediately is king f7, yeah? I mean, if anything, you can I don't know, f3, queen g5.
Maybe that's just the only move rook g6, but feels is
Yes,
so
the
risky.
point of rook g6 is, once again, I'm not sure if it works tactically, but point of rook g6 is that, you'll have to react somehow, and maybe I'll go like rook g5 rook g5, queen d6 still. Even if I'm playing an ugly move like g3, or maybe upon some consideration, maybe g4 is better to take away some squares. It's still good. Still good for white, yeah. Motolev is just in a bad position then.
He's struggling.
And we can go back to Predke and Vityugov because few more moves followed. Indeed, after queen d7, king e2 was played, rook a c8. Interestingly, queen d5 and queen f5.
I mean, I don't know if it's objectively good for white. I mean,
But
decent, but feels like it's much easier to make a mistake as white, right?
Yeah, could be. I mean, it's still nothing. I thought, you can double, but then black plays g6, and you still have this king on e2.
In the chat, people say that Gereshkin is on 3.5, plus 3.5.
Plus 3.5 after rook d3. So it just wins then. It just wins then. The rook d3 move.
Can she actually fight for the championship? Yesterday she was very close to...
Yeah, the reminder that the bet Aleksandr took, and I don't know what were the odds. I mean, was it like even or...
it wasn't even.
So you've got some...
Yes.
Okay, so the bet that was offered to Alex, and he kindly accepted, that Goryachkina will not finish on last two places.
Yes.
In the...
I think
and
I'm doing well
so far, okay, we have two leaders on +1. I don't know if she wins or somehow fails, makes a draw, but out of those on 50%, she's one of the most convincing. Anyway.
For sure.
So yeah, well played. Here, rook g5, played by Predke. Where the queen's going?
F6, I think he went to F6.
He already went to F6, okay.
15 moves to make, and
6 minutes, 8 minutes.
I think we will see something decisive before the time control. And I think that something will be in black's favor.
So you mean white's going to blunder something? That's your version.
Yeah.
That's your version of what's
Make a
going to
mistake,
happen.
let's say. Yeah.
Okay, what happens if I do this and you play g6, right?
I do,
and nothing is hanging. Yeah, okay, maybe rook d. One of the rooks to d8 is kind of your threat. Okay, that's not big of a threat. I thought maybe I just go h4, h5.
So if rook e8.
It's not like I'm serious about checkmating black. I'm just trying to get rid of some weaknesses. You go rook e8 and you actually take on c4, right? If I go
do,
and if I go here, it's the move that I don't like.
Yeah, I don't know, like take and rook d2 and something.
Yeah, it's the move I don't like. Yeah, so that's stupid. So my concern is that the rook is hanging on g5. Ever this? Well, actually, no. You can take and queen e2.
This just can, but maybe you can take and play king f1.
I'll take and king f1.
And still,
then
even a move like d3, right?
Then there was no point. I mean, I thought I go here, I go queen f5, and for the endgame, the king is good on d3, but there is no endgame. There's no endgame. Okay, so but then it's a critical position here because Predke is less than 5 minutes, as you pointed out. Still a lot of moves to make, and he has to make a decision. You know what? Maybe queen back to e4. So that if you take rook f5 intermediate seems to work. And if you don't take, I mean, you probably can play g6 and.
I mean, queen e4. Just what does it?
The queen was not too far away.
Yeah.
What's the idea? I'm looking for a move.
H4?
Yeah. By the way, H4, protect the rook. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does.
But he's really going down on the clock. And I think this is exactly what happened yesterday, right? His position was okayish, and then at some point he just got low on time.
That's how he lost against Aleksandr.
Right,
Yeah.
and it's, I don't think it's a normal thing for him. At least I don't recall him being a huge time traveler. Is it the word?
Well, from now on it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Queen of 6. Yeah, and the position, okay, it's simplified, but it's still complex enough so that when you are on 1 minute, the opponent plays something
Very annoying.
unexpected, and
With the king being on e2, it's always unsafe. I mean, maybe it's safer than it used to be, but still.
Yeah, so my point is he has to try to be a bit more practical and look for
Make a move.
Make a move. Yeah, look for moves to play. Queen f3 a move?
H4,
Question: Is Queen f3 move? I just thought maybe I have to go after Black's queen. I mean, again, and people in the chat will once again call me the pensioner who wants to trade the queens all the time. But in this position, with my king being on e2, why not? Yeah, h4 is good. Okay, h4 is good.
Yeah, and Madalov is still thinking after d3. And there's a question in chat. So in the Garechkina game, if the pawn on e6 falls, it's game over, right? I guess we can.
We think so.
claim
We
this,
can. Yeah, we can show it. Rook d3.
I mean, it depends. I guess if you exchange all the heavy pieces, then maybe there are some chances for Black to hold this. But
Okay, let's. Yeah, I mean for the education purpose only. I mean those. No. Rook d8. Something. Bishop b7. I mean those moves do not make any sense whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
But if something like this happens, well, actually, there is a chance Black holds it.
yeah,
right?
I think
Maybe
so.
not only a chance, but kind of a good probable. Hard to say. Yeah. It will
Although this exact structure, I think it's easier for me to create a post pawn, which should win the game for me, right?
Yeah. So what we do is white. We get the pawn on g5. We want Black to take, and then we play pretty much like the pawn endgame. The thing is,
Black's king has to be on g7, but then there must be some kind of
g7 and then some zugzwangs, or you take the long diagonal away from. Yeah.
So even this is like the best case scenario, and probably even that position is lost for Black. So yeah.
Yeah, but for the time being, it's not about the e6 pawn. It's about, like, I don't know, rook entering and white just winning completely.
Yeah.
Did he? No, he still didn't play anything. Vidigov's thinking. No developments whatsoever, right? Bodnar Kashlinska a couple of moves played. So, after king d6, rook d4. So white all of a sudden returns. King d3. So now white might be looking for.
Yeah, should just play
C2,
rook
C4.
d7.
Rook
Looks like
d7.
the past 2-3 moves they've been in Black's favor.
Yeah, like Black kind of improved the position more than white did. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go back for a second to the Garechkin's game, and that's actually a good question. Why is it 3.5 in white's favor? Why?
How does white kind of win? Yeah.
Not exactly. I think the question is why white's advantage is so big here.
Yeah. And how do we win after rook g6?
Yeah, that's another question.
That's
But like
another question.
in general,
what's 3.5?
Yeah, what's so great? I think better structure, right? Better king, better pieces, like basically all of them. Right?
Yeah, I mean, for this evaluation, probably you win a pawn at the end of the line, yeah? But still, 3.5 is a lot.
I mean, it's a bit, it does look a bit too much, but maybe there's some concrete line where Black is just losing.
Bodnar Krashlinskaya making moves, but it's not like something ultra sharp is going on. Yeah, C3. Maybe it's a fair idea, just to reach the time control, get half an hour, and
Yeah, I think that's what will happen. But I don't know. I feel like
oh, wait a second. I have a question.
no, but then we need to calculate the pawn endgame.
That's something that we don't like to do. Yeah,
not at all. But also, I
King
think it's just
D5.
lost, right? And G4 is the most precise.
G4 is good. So the idea is we just make it that, and then we play B3, right? Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, and we also have B4.
We also have B4, yeah. No, but that's what I thought. Like, if we end up playing B4, then King C4, we take on B4, and it might turn into some... it's probably never a race, yeah. Okay. So that's not ideal. Because my point was that if this cannot be taken, then I'm very happy. I'm getting it to some like, probably C5, E6, and just...
So can we do the same?
Y8 kind of.
Right. So same.
Who knows? E8, C7, and then either E6 or B5. Maybe there is no need. Maybe you just you just keep it as is.
It's still annoying for black, but
could be holdable. Yeah.
Two things about this specific pair of players is that I think Bodnar is a very aggressive and a very good attacking player, but when it comes to squeezing and grinding down, that's not what she does the best. And Krashlinskaya, I think, is a great defender, so I bet on a draw in this game.
Yeah. And out with Pagunina, actually, White Knight is on A4, so I suggest we check it. Pagunina, no, it's Ovod who is kind of in a time trouble. Knight B2, Queen B6, Rook went to D5, Knight A4. Aha, so this is how you keep the C5 pawn alive. Just go Queen D6, and if C4 you don't take, probably, but you go Rook D4, right? And we change our mind once again, yeah? Black is better.
I mean, if White plays this way, then...
Yeah, okay, White shouldn't play C4. Yeah, White shouldn't play C4.
And I'm not sure why she rushed with Knight A4. Like, I would still try to double on the D file first and then see
what's surprising is that Pagunina thinking.
I think Queen C6.
Queen C6 not to... Kind of to have two rooks aligned on the D file so that here after C4 you can actually take. But even though this would not be recommended anyway, yeah?
Yeah.
Takes, Queen C5. I mean, if you trade, White's totally fine. I guess. The Knight on C5 is just too great. Knight on C5.
Yeah, I mean, if C4, you just automatically play Rook D4, and it's all good for black. But, trying to figure out these minor differences, I don't think it's a practical thing to do. So, Queen C6 or Queen D6, I'm 100% sure there is no big difference in terms of evaluation. So, I think she should just play something fast.
Yeah. It's actually quite strange because we have 4 games and almost a time trouble approaching and still hard to pick and say, okay, that's the game that's the most exciting. Guryachkin and Motorev has played Rook F8. That's what
all of his time. Actually.
That's what he kept doing. Rook F8, Rook F6.
Yeah, people say it's +5.
And that must be why people were asking about black losing the E6 pawn, because Queen D6 seems to...
Yeah, Rook D6 is also very strong, I think.
Yeah, Rook D6 as well.
I don't think we need to cash out that early, right? Just, what do you play? Like Rook D... Bishop d7 or
D7, yeah.
like there's literally no active moves for black. So bishop e4,
Bishop
maybe
e4.
g3, h4, h5.
Yeah, I mean, that's time for enjoyment, yeah?
It's
So-
more or less a Zugzwang.
Yeah, bishop e4. You might have threats as well, because bishop d5 might be a threat somewhere. And yeah, and you can kind of lift the position up quite a bit. I mean, if you reach this, g3, h4, f4, you might as well bring the king to e3. I mean, for whatever reason. Just so that if you are planning to swap the queens that have the king already in the center. Yeah. So that's. of
She's
course-
about to make a move. And how many moves do they need to play to reach the time
let me
control?
see. It's move 35. Move 35. She
d6
did
has
play
been
rook
played, yeah.
d6 and bishop d7 was played.
And queen d6 winning the e6 pawn feels like just too little for this position.
Queen d6.
Maybe it's still winning, but
This never works, yeah?
it doesn't feel like that.
Oh, wait a second. There's a
C2
bishop
right?
on c2.
Okay, yeah.
So it does work. Oh, wait. Okay. Because for some reason I was only looking at this as a perpetual, and it's not because rook g3 and h5 you have queen e4, queen e6, queen e4, yeah, something. But there is a problem that after queen f2, black can take the bishop. So that's why rook d6, bishop d7. Now somehow you have to you want to perhaps regroup and have everything under control.
I like that idea of h4, g3, h4, bringing the king to e3,
And then seeing yeah. If black didn't resign by then, yeah, then maybe go for kind of decisive break. Tough for Motolev. And I think it's a time to go back to Predke and Vityugov, because something clearly is happening. King e2, rook c. Yeah, we've seen this. Rook g5, h4, g6 was played. Queen e4, queen e6. White went h5. Rook takes e4. H takes. Just a pawn down, or
the pawn is gone and
it's not
clear.
Yeah,
why.
What do you? Even like d3 was possible, right? It's not like white was
At the very least, yeah.
kind of taken by surprise that he cannot protect the c4 pawn. So h5.
But I think we want to focus on this game till they reach the time control, because they just don't have time left.
They are very low on the rook e5. Whoa, that's a nice move.
At least looks cool, right?
It does look cool, and it also works, kind of, right?
I wonder if it was blunder by Vityugov. I mean, this kind of move is easier to blunder, right?
Yeah, so what happens? Rook c1, just bad. Rook e6, and the bishop on d4 falls.
False, yeah.
Bishop e5, queen c4, or queen e5, trade on e5, and I mean, something like this can be better for white all of a sudden.
Yeah, definitely not worse.
I mean,
He's just taking something.
Bishop e5, yeah.
Bishop e5,
So to
okay.
keep the queens on the board. And then you probably take with the rook, because you'll have some extra option of rook c6. I think, yeah, it's...
Yeah, he found this very nice resource, and now it feels like...
Yeah, this rook
It's more or
takes
less okay.
e5 trick is really nice, yeah. So now he's okay. And it'll be... I mean, in case this is a draw, the only...
I like the
result-
Goreshkin's last move.
Yeah, Goreshkin has played a5, and I was thinking about it. Yeah, but how do you continue? I didn't like... well, actually, you can take on c5.
Yeah, why not?
Because you guard this, and also you have queen d5 check. I mean, maybe
And the
that's-
position just falls apart, yeah.
Yeah. If ba5, queen c5, if there is nothing immediate, then you just win.
Then you just bring the queen back and push the c pawn. So.
Yeah, you just win. Queen e5, and I mean, not to mention that something like queen c7 might win, queen d4 might win.
Yeah.
Right. A5, and he has taken. Motolev has taken.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if there was any other resource, but I mean, being short on time, can you really tolerate the a5 pawn? No,
No,
you
we just
take
want
it.
to take on b6, right? Twice.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
So takes. So now the only thing is to take the pawn on c5. Well, actually, rook a6 might be winning as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, like this, like they're all weak. They're all weak.
No, but just what's wrong with queen c5?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. It's just that since Aleksandra is thinking, thought maybe she's kind of unhappy with something after queen c5. Not sure what.
Well, I guess she just doesn't want to spoil it. She knows that she's winning now, and
Okay.
a couple of precise moves.
a4. So that if you take, I go rook c8, and I'm hoping to take on c4.
But
Will
even
this
then, I
over?
take on d7, right?
Ah, you played this, right? No.
No tricks work for black.
I think, yeah, seems that it's lost. Seems that it's lost. And it'll be a terrible start for Aleksandr Motolev.
As well as Predke.
Ah, yeah, actually, well,
If he loses,
If,
but-
if he loses, yeah, no, it's unlikely that he loses.
Yeah.
But there was an interesting situation. None of the leaders won, but possibly like two guys that lost in round one. Okay, they were risking to lose in round
And
two.
I mean, this is already some bad news for Motolev and Predke. I mean, if Predke loses the second one, because I don't really recall any huge comebacks in such events.
There was one, but in women's tournament,
Gunina?
Gunina has won. Yeah, has
but
won a
Gunina
tournament.
is a
Gunina
different
is
story.
special. Yeah, Gunina is special. Interestingly, queen, not rook, but queen takes c4, queen f5, queen d5, queen g4, queen f3. So white pretty much ready to swap the queens in any possible way.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so few pieces left that the king on e2 doesn't feel that in danger anymore, right? Queen c6 now? I think queen c6, queen g4
I think queen c6, queen g4
will be played.
Strangely, yeah. Now we'll once again get
the draw.
accused of we'll get accused by the chat of looking for a draw in every single position. But the trick is that after queen d7, queen b5 is or queen a4. It's kind of a direction that black can get something.
Yeah,
So
but queen c6 is so natural.
not in white's interest. Yeah, I mean, if you are, let's say, desperate to try to play with white, like maybe you play rook c6, but why are you better here, right? On the other hand, why are you better?
No reason at all.
Yeah, queen c6. If black trades, then I can imagine white being better, especially if somehow I manage d4,
B5,
king d3, right? b5 here, a pawn moving. Yeah, it's
No,
just.
but queen g4, queen f3 is on the board already.
Yeah, it was already played. Yes, so that's potentially yet another draw. Queen d7. That's the second time this position repeats, and if or the third time. Let me see. Let me count. Queen g4 once. Queen g4 twice.
It
and
doesn't
now,
matter because they will repeat.
Yeah, they will repeat. You're sure, right? Yeah, queen g4 on the board for the third time. So technically, black already could claim, or white could claim after queen g4, but yeah, it doesn't matter because looks like none of the players can actually escape the repetition.
Yeah, nice save by Predke.
Yeah.
Takes e5 is.
Yeah, rook e5 once again. Let's highlight it. So basically, looks like this tactic was always there then, right? So he went h5, rook c4, h takes, and rook takes e5 was a nice.
It definitely wasn't random, so he'd seen all of this.
Right, and Aleksandr Motolev understands everything. Queen c5, he played bishop c8. Rook c6, another merciless move. Just, trading the queens, but in this case winning the 5 pawn, and still black struggles to, to...
The problems don't really go away, and also a5 pawn is obviously much more important than e6 pawn, because we keep that pawn as a weakness, as a potential target, but That A7 is also weak, so
such a terrible position.
absolutely winning.
Yeah, this bishop actually never found its place. So now that I'm thinking, like, you trade, you go bishop b7. I mean, white obviously can take, but there is, yeah, a draw agreed. Yeah, sorry to, yeah, draw agreed for Brett.
Sorry to interrupt myself.
To interrupt myself, yeah, that's exactly what was the sentence that I've decided not to finish. Look, after bishop b7, rook a5 is fine. And probably, yeah, that's what you do, yeah, rook a5. a6.
And then you can just go back, I guess.
You go back to c4,
Yeah.
yeah. Terrible, terrible position. That's why Motolev plays queen d8, keeps the queens, but do we believe? Maybe we do. No, we
believe
don't.
in what?
In some chances for black.
Not really. I mean, where
Not
are the
really.
like
Where are
possible
the chances?
chances?
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. Once again, I'm looking for stuff like that, but f2 is protected. Right?
Yeah.
So if anything, you can play rook c7. Probably it's not a bad move.
Absolutely. Yeah.
c7, get it on 7th rank. The bishop's still not moving. Queen e5. You know, billion ways of improving the position for white, and none of such for black.
Poor bishop, right? Bishop b7, bishop a8, bishop b7, bishop c6.
Rook c7, yeah. Rook c7 played. a6.
Queen e5 looks good, I think.
Yeah. And just imagine how triggered Motolev has to be. I mean, because it's not like he doesn't understand how bad his position is and how sad it is to play a move like a7, a6. So that's, of course, really
That's a sad move to
kind
play.
of a disgusting feeling to your position. You don't want to resign, but you don't have moves. And white has all the moves in the world. I mean, you want to win immediately, you do one thing. You want to kind of prolong the fight, I wanted to say. There is no fight.
No, I think you play queen e5, rook f6, and just c5.
And if queen
f6,
f6, you trade, right?
You take and c5, c6. As
This
one
guy
of the
this guy
Zidane
still-
options for black. Yeah.
Yeah. His bishop, by the way, might still not enter the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably play bishop e4 in this position.
For this.
Well, yeah, this one is even better. I was gonna say bishop e4, if e5 I check, and then I play g4.
Yeah. That's all. No, I mean that's. Not sure why we are discussing this position. It's like it's really.
What else do we have to discuss?
What else do we have to discuss? We have Bodnar Rook with Kashlinskaya. Some. Yeah, not much is happening.
It's heading towards the draw. Like looks like.
If there was a
can't
chance,
really
yeah.
find anything here.
If there was a chance for white, it's gone, right? I mean, black more or less equalized. The thing is, however, they are about to reach the time control. It's achieved very easily. You take on g5, black takes back, it's move 40.
Right.
So this will last for another hour or an hour and a half.
Maybe.
And yeah, and we have Ovod with Pagonina, where it's same move 39, a white, I wanted to say white kind of wins the exchange.
Well, I can take on
But
d3.
you can
right?
take on d3.
I can maybe even play rook h4.
Rook h4 is possible. Yeah, you probably just... maybe you actually play rook h4.
In fact, if I play a move like g5, let's say, is it that bad
Yeah,
for black?
that's what I was thinking. So if you do this...
I mean, I'm sure it's not bad. I'm just not sure how good it is.
Yeah. Now, probably you're not playing for a win. I mean, and this will be kind of the argument against sacrificing the exchange. Like, how serious are you in playing this position for a win with black?
I guess,
probably
yeah.
not much. Yeah, like queen g3, rook e2, and just speculate on h4 all the time.
But they just reached the time control. And we have a good question in the chat. So,
How
is
about, yeah,
Modelov one of the trainers of Aleksandr? Or he usually works with the men's team?
He works with the men's team. And on personal level, now I'm trying to recall, because I used to work with Garyashkina quite a bit, yeah. Then during the match, it was Rublevsky and Nair, I think. So Motilev, I mean, nowadays you never know. It's quite possible that they had like, a training session or some training.
Yeah, one thing I know for sure is that Madalov works with Yesipenko. So we have this kind of situation in the tournament.
I have to say it's a good choice by Andrei Yesipenko.
It is. I mean, Madalov is absolutely brilliant.
Now that happened, and Queen C5, and that's move 41. And now, I mean, we spent some time under the impression that black is absolutely safe. Maybe it's still the case, but the light square bishop is no longer that impressive. What do you do with black? Or maybe you play some intermediate stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think white's pieces are just too passive to...
I mean, if I get knight g3, all of a sudden, yeah, I mean, it's hard to get the d file, but imagine, I go to g3 and then I just start taking what's possible.
I mean, structure-wise, it's good for white, yeah, but...
Yeah, the rook's not
Queen
great,
d2,
yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, Queen d2 maybe is a clever thing to do, so I'll have to move the king to f1 question mark. And then say you go back, yeah?
Yeah, I could go back. I think bishop e8 is an interesting option as well.
Bishop e8, but if I
bishop g6.
shove this one, bishop g6, you want to win.
I don't know what I want to, but it looks active.
Yeah, this looks active, and this indeed, those things look...
How do you unpin, actually?
Yeah. All right, time control paused. Time control here. Yeah, finished. King e3, rook c7, 40 moves, each got half an hour. Oof. And Guryanchkina still did not win, but yeah, look, rook c7, a6, king h2.
She's just enjoying
herself, yeah. King h2. I'm not sure if she was short on time as well, but I mean, Motilev definitely was, right?
I mean, Garyashkina has 31 minutes on the clock, so
30,
she was short on time.
She was short on time. So in this case, I mean, maybe, once again, maybe it's like, following the advices of Soviet school of chess. I mean, you clearly have more than one way of winning, so let's postpone it after the time control,
makes a lot of sense, yeah.
h2, bishop d7. Yeah, I'm saying that for, say, maybe some people in chat equipped with the engine, and they would say, okay, it's a wrong move because otherwise you could do this and this, and it's +5 plus whatever. Yeah. h2, rook d7, bishop d7. It's not like black can drastically change something. Yeah, I mean, you can go queen d6 if you like, and you probably achieve the same position, right? Queen d6, bishop c8, queen e5 with the king on h2. I don't know why it will be better than on g1.
I mean, you can just queen d6 and then take, I think. Also looks completely winning, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the only problem in white's position, that everything wins and you kind of want to choose the
You go here and you claim that this piece, there is still e5. Yeah. Come on, white's completely
maybe
winning.
f4 first. And then.
White's completely winning. White's completely winning all 3 remaining games, and soon be 2 remaining games since this will finish. Reach the time control, and that's usually the sign. Yeah, that's usually the sign for a coffee break, and yeah, actually kind of have the coffee. Anyway, so we'll make a short break. A reminder, so no decided games in the open section. and only Guryachkina. The reason why this tournament's called Open.
The reason why this tournament is held is to
she's clearly winning against Aleksandr Motolev, so she'll join the leaders. And in the women's,
I'm rooting for her.
Gunina has won, all the rest draws, and 2 remaining games. Well, Bodnar-Lukashlinska likely a draw over Pogonina. Anything can happen still, right? Anything can happen. So we will be back, guys, and I believe we'll still have maybe an hour to commentate. So stay with us, and we'll be back after a break.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан Крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
while we've been on a break, men's, or rather open, the round in open tournament has concluded, and the game Goryachkina-Motolev finished as expected after only one move. Aleksandr has won. So which makes her one of the leaders. Now it's Goryachkina, Fedoseev and Alekseyenko, 3 on +1, and Motolev yet without a half a point. All the rest, just to remind you, all the rest finished in a draw. In the women's tournament, 2 games are still going, and that's kind of a well-established pattern. As the more experienced commentator, I can assure you, Alex, that this will be pretty much the case on every single day. That ladies gonna play longer rounds. We still have Bodnaruk and Kashtinskaya playing. I don't think there've been too many moves. And Ovod with Pagonina perhaps will be the longest game. So might as well start with this one, or I don't know. Shall we? Yeah, quickly. Goryachkina. That was Motolev's move 40, and after Queen A7 he just resigned because nothing to do. Yeah, Rook F7, just
Bishop G6.
Bishop G6, and then pass.
Rook B7, Rook B8.
This, and then I mean any move. Rook B7 if you want to win, right? Immediately, if you don't,
C5 looks
G3,
good enough,
C5, right? Anything.
It's no moves for black.
Right. So very, very impressive game indeed. And we have 2 games in the ladies section. That's Pagonina's. Queen C5 was move 41. Queen back to D6. And honestly, I'm kind of a bit. Rook will take on D6. Yeah, I thought like White, who apparently had some problems early in the game. I thought, like you trade but maybe Rook takes and Rook D2 is annoying. Yeah, Queen E3, Rook, Queen D2, Knight C3. That's what happened.
Right now, it feels like White is okay, right?
Yeah.
Maybe slightly better for black, but with the pawns on A6 and C7, it's always
one has to be
unpleasant.
careful, right?
Yeah.
One has to be careful because black is more active, but if let's say if something happens and like nothing's hanging, I go like Queen C5 or something, it can get dangerous for black as well. King F7 with perhaps clear indication that black will exchange the queens at some point. Yeah, King F7 is kind of a clever move. Yeah, you could take on E3 immediately, but after King F7, it's not that White can do much. Maybe play Rook E2, and you have the same position with better placed king.
Yeah. And black's plan, I think, is to push the pawns on the king side, right? G5, H5.
Yeah, maybe start with G5 immediately. Yeah, maybe go King E6 first, depending on if you are afraid or not afraid of F4, right?
G5, I mean, it has to be played at some point, so I don't see the reason why to
G5, King
postpone it.
F2, King E6 or H5. Yeah.
So I think black's basically only chance is to try to open up the diagonal for the bishop and try to get the G2 pawn.
Yeah, somehow. King E2, but then you'll probably have to leave the D file at some. Yeah, once again,
yeah. About the D file.
But then I'll put the knight on D5, and so maybe it's just King E2. Well, you can play G4 maybe. Slightly annoy me. Takes, and then I can take, and then when you take on G2, I go G5, and we once again probably agree a draw. Not sure, right? Then you'll have the outside passed pawn. Yeah, so still has to be a little bit careful with Evgenij over. No, but that's one awkward situation now because they just reached the time control and they'll keep spending time. And I don't know, for next maybe like 20 minutes, not much will be going on. So we might as well read what's written on the screen. Game days, day off, that's all we know, yeah?
But we still have one game
Yeah,
follow,
one
right?
more game.
One more
Yeah,
game,
one
yeah.
more game. Bodnaruk and Kashlinskaya, where are they repeating the game, the position? Well, not sure, right? It's move 40, so that's not indicative of anything. King E3,
Well,
Rook D7, King E3.
I think it is because Bonrook just spent 23 minutes and she's repeating. So
Yeah. She actually spent a lot of time. Yeah, C7. Yeah, it's not that White can do much.
yeah, I think it's just fair. So
Wait, King D3. You can actually. No, you cannot claim yet. First time you go King D3. Second time you go King D3.
yeah, but King
Here,
D3, you
Rook
know,
was-
it's if you want to claim, it's a sign of a weakness. You don't want to show it. So just
You
play
play
King
King
D3.
D3.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So that's a modern approach to this kind of things. Yeah, King D3, and then let your opponent claim if she wants. And actually, after King D3, you kind of want to play C4,
Right.
perhaps, yeah. So it is a logical, in fact, it's a logical thing, yeah.
So,
King D3, you want to play C4. After Rook D3, Rook D7, King E3, once again, you want to play C4.
Yeah, and after Rook C7, Black wants to play Rook C5, I think.
Yeah, Rook C5 or something.
So
yeah,
King
that's
D3 to
one.
protect
Yeah.
the C3 pawn.
And a draw was just agreed. So we are left with only one game, where Evgenia wants to swap the queens on her terms, and that's why she goes King F1.
Why
Wait a
not?
second. What if I actually go Rook D2,
Rook E2,
Rook E2, Rook D3,
Rook C2.
Rook C2? It doesn't help me at all because next move will be, unless I want to do this, right, and go E4, but
I don't think you
unlikely
Knight
that
D1, right?
Well, yeah, Knight D1 I can. I thought Knight D5 to force a draw, but Knight D1 might be like to force a draw and maybe play a little if I get the king.
Although the
knight on
king
E3.
gets active, so probably
yeah,
still
maybe,
fine.
Yeah, still fine. Yeah. So, if there is still someone in the chat, that's a good point of this broadcast to entertain us with some questions, suggestions, etc. Because this game will keep us busy for quite some time, and for the moment being, it's not much going on.
I mean, we do have a question from Nick, and he's curious if Wojtaszek is here helping Alina Kashlinskaya.
Hadn't been spotted yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen him as well, so I guess nowadays you don't really need to be presented at the city, right?
online kind of works. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of works.
But yeah, let's try to recall, like Pavel Trikubov usually joins Kostyuk when
yeah.
she's playing, right?
I mean, I think Wojtaszek
Well,
does that from time to time as well, but this term is not the case. Maybe he's busy preparing for Grand Swiss, let's say.
Yeah. Actually, he's one of. Yeah, but like nowadays, like literally everyone's going to play Grand Swiss. What's the?
Except us.
No. I mean, for me, it's not the exception that I want to be playing Grand Swiss. It's the rule. Yeah, I'm not playing chess anymore. But what's the system in Grand Swiss? Could you play, for instance, or there is like qualification to qualification?
I don't think there is any qualification. You just need to have enough rating, or you get some invitations for.
Yeah, so there are like
I don't know.
specially invited players,
Yeah.
or you have to have some, I don't know, some rating to be eligible to
Yeah,
play.
people are saying that Wojtaszek is actually playing in the Polish league, so he's
yeah.
busy.
Yeah, that's interesting, this Polish league thing. I remember being invited like long time, ages ago, and back then it looked, well, I would not say weak, but it wasn't one of the prominent kind of European leagues, right? And rarely any strong foreigners played there. Okay, some Ukrainian grandmasters, maybe Navarra plays from time to time, and so on and so on. And somehow, like in stealth format, now nowadays it's actually quite a strong league, just because all the Polish players got better.
Right.
Now, you on board one, you probably have like 2650 average with all the locals.
I'm wondering if Duda is playing.
If Duda's playing Polish League, I mean,
Right.
probably some games, I don't know. But now he must be crazily expensive to hire. I mean, he's a World Cup winner. And yeah, well, actually, with Duda, it's interesting. He's progressing from tournament to tournament. I mean,
Right.
he's getting better and better. I don't know if he can be already considered, like a threat to the throne. I wanted to say to Magnus, but current threat to Magnus Carlsen is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Exactly. Yeah, right. So it's a bit too early to talk about that. About Duda's chances against Magnus, because maybe you have to discuss other chances.
But it's still like Magnus has been world champion since 2014, I believe, right? He's been the best player since 2010 or so, and I still don't see. I can't call a name of next world champion, right? I don't see a clear candidate.
Yeah. In a sense that nobody seems to be like
Good enough.
stronger than. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, I can imagine he could have lost to Karyakin, he could have lost to
Right.
Fabi, and he can lose this match. But in terms of like,
The strongest player, right?
someone who is clearly stronger than Magnus, no.
No.
That's
And even potentially there is no such person. At least I don't see
Yeah,
one.
well, you can't say for sure, right? Like Ali Reza, but he has to, improve his endgame skills, the
Right.
opposition
Pawn
thing.
endgame skills,
the
yeah.
opposition thing, yeah. Or okay, jokes aside, yeah, really, that's impressive. I mean, perhaps can be compared with Kasparov's dominance at some point, but we have to agree with computers, with modern state of chess, like the competition is much stronger.
Much stronger, yeah.
Much
So that's-
stronger, yeah. Okay, those were kind of a golden age, right? I mean, okay, Karpov was still strong, and then you had a bunch of prominent young players like Gelfand Anand, Shirov, and so on. But still, it was limited, right? I mean, up to 10 players, and maybe not even 10 players. All the best were playing, pretty much.
Right. So
And
that's
now-
why, to me personally, Magnus is the god.
Greatest of all times.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, Black actually played the move, Queen D4. What's all about?
Maybe she pretends that she wants to take the pawn, or does she really want to take?
Does she
the pawn?
Does she want to take with the pawn? That's the question. Yeah, because as white, I'm actually tempted now to take, and if rook takes, to play rook d1 to swap everything. And I'm probably not playing for a win still, but I don't see myself losing this endgame. Now, who knows? King e6, you take, maybe black gets too active, right?
Well,
King e5, I mean, some holes.
yeah.
It's like from the experience with all this kind of structure with outposts, tend to prefer the knight, yeah, but maybe it just doesn't add up, this thing.
I mean, I think if we bring the knight to d3 in time, then we should be totally fine. But
maybe I'm not on time, yeah.
yeah.
So, like, to describe a possible scenario,
Well,
you
actually,
go
D3,
here
right?
and d3, right? And this can be dangerous for white, in fact. I mean, it might be not, yeah, I don't know, but that's one of the scenarios how white loses, in fact, right? I mean, up a pawn, and then the king gets here, and somehow you can mess things up like that.
We have another question in the chat. When will be the next World and Rapid? World Rapid and Blitz. Sorry.
The honest answer is that we don't know, but there are speculations. So from what I've heard, it was scheduled, or they've tried to organize it in Uzbekistan, but it's a thing of the past.
That's what I heard as well.
Yeah,
But
so there's always Russia to take it, at the very last moment, which was the case with St. Petersburg, I think. Moscow, it was planned. I mean, if we are talking pre-COVID years, right? So it was, 2018, 2009? No. Yeah, 2018, 2019. Yeah, and like 19 in Moscow, it was already planned. 2018, it was unclear till like 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the tournament. So we still have plenty of time till December,
So,
where it's
yeah.
normally held.
I mean, yeah, it must be December, some 20 something, right? Of December. Well, and then I would bet on Sochi, I guess.
Oh, really?
Like, why not? And actually, I mean, the World Cup was organized really, really well. So, and this is one of the very few examples when I didn't hear any single complaint about the organization of that tournament.
Yeah, what impressed me that we had, it wasn't an interview, it was a kind of a private conversation with Alex Grishuk, right? And he said himself, like, I have a reputation that I always dislike something, this and that, and for Sochi,
But
like,
it was actually
A+, yeah.
online. So, I mean, your private conversation was online, so I heard it as well.
Yeah, right. So it was during the commentary because
Right.
no, I remember like later on we've discussed this. So it was two of us. Yeah, but exactly. So we were commentating on something, so it went on air as well. All right, King E2. By the way, clever move. King
Yes.
E2, planning Rook D1. So kind of achieving the same but much better version of it. I'm not sure about this Queen D4 move.
Yeah, like, but what do you...
unless you're planning
Rook D1 still.
this, but still, yeah, it's not like keeping the queens does an awful lot for you.
Yeah, also Queen C5 might be an option at some point. So
Yeah, so we have to agree that white is probably okay, and if black insists on kind of imitating that he's playing for win, white might get the hope himself.
Yeah, on the other hand, the same situation is with Daria Voigt. Oved was also very close to winning against Shuvalova. Right?
Yesterday, yeah, and she
just,
went for the safest
exchanged
option.
everything, forced the draw. So
She went for the safest option. Yeah,
I don't think she has
you're
any
right.
winning intentions here in this position.
Right.
And Pagonina is 2 times Russian champion.
I think so. I mean, once for sure, right? And yeah, probably 2 times. Pagonina, it's interesting. She's been around for quite a while. Okay, King E2, Queen takes E3 now. King takes E3. But what's
F5. Let's go.
9? F5. You know what? Maybe strangely enough, F4 and then get the king on F5 and.
Right. This is sort of standard, I think.
Do we ever play? I don't know. G. Can we?
I would consider. I was gonna say G4 with. Sorry, H4.
H4 to stop G5. Yeah. Let's say a check.
Yeah, but
King.
I'm afraid that pawn may become a weakness at some point.
Don't know where the king goes. E2 and King F6 and King F5. And maybe just ignore it and go Rook D1 still.
Yeah. I mean, this should be enough.
But then you give a check. No, how do you do it? You take. Somehow you cannot get both F4, E4, right? If you
I don't think
take and go F4, the king goes here.
Yeah. So that's why I think Rook D1 is on the board, so you want to take on D1 first. Sorry, I play F4
you
first.
play F4 first, King E2, then you take, but white takes with the king.
And then I go like King F.
Okay,
E6.
probably have to mention that this, at least has to be avoided. I mean, I'm not sure how bad, how lost it is. Maybe it's not lost yet, but that's something that you want to avoid, So that's why Rook D1, King D1.
And then I just bring the king to
King
F5
E6, King E2, King F5, King D3.
and I start pushing
Kind of
G5,
on
H5.
time, and then you start moving those guys. And who knows what happens if and when I play knight d5? Yeah, I mean, what's the evaluation of that?
that's
nobody knows.
Yeah.
And this is
But I think we can just, so let's say we continue this, because this actually looks very logical, right?
But that's what's going to happen. F4 is already on the board. King E2. Well, technically you could make an argument for keeping the rook, but then once again,
Knight
white
D5.
goes knight d5 and he doesn't risk anything.
Yes.
So your best bet is probably to take. Right. Is there kind of a bit more clever way? Oh, wait. If you do that and go to g5 immediately.
But I just mid your king f2.
King f2 when the king's on h4 already.
Yeah, so b4.
So you can actually spend the time on b4.
So I think the most logical line is king f5, king d3, and then g5, b4,
b4, h5. Well, actually b5. Yeah, I don't mind having an a passed pawn, right? b5.
Let's say takes, and then bishop a8, whatever.
Wait a second. Takes, maybe knight takes. Knight takes e4, right? e4, something to avoid. Bishop goes.
And say I just play a4 here. e4, g4, takes, and
king
e2.
King
Yeah.
e2, yes.
This is nothing.
White
right?
cannot lose this. Probably cannot win this if black is careful, right?
But if I go king e6, what's your move?
Yeah, you mean I cannot go king... Do I lose 2 versus 1? Probably not, right? So I can do this and b6. I mean, it's a little bit sad, but I probably don't lose it.
Yeah, just put the king
So
on
just
f2.
b6, yeah, takes, and let's imagine, this happened, and my only worry is not to get this knight trapped. Which might be not easy, right?
I mean, you put the knight on g1, and how do you trap it? I always have h3 and e2, right?
King here, bishop here, but then you
king
have
g2,
king g2, yeah, not 6-1, yeah. No, but that's funny. I mean, if you remember yesterday, where Giria was playing against Gunina, bishop versus knight, 1 pawn each, and this will be a position with an extra pawn, so we are guaranteed that this will be played for as long as possible. All right, so now after king d1, anything else? Hang on. Do we need a king on f5 for that? Can we just do this, king e2, this?
But, like, what difference does it make? b4?
You keep the king on e2,
Yeah.
b4. Yeah, right.
I mean, you win one tempo maybe, but...
Takes.
b5?
Yeah, b5, same thing, yeah, b5. Somewhere. a4. Is g3 any relevant? G3 actually allows me to play king d3 because I have knight e2 if you sacrifice, right? So the difference compared to this previous line where we were exchanging, their king could not go to d3. But destroyed everything? Okay. Let's stick to the actual position. Yeah, that's still not a simple endgame.
It's not simple, but I think the line we just showed is very likely to happen.
a5 doesn't make any difference, and moreover perhaps doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So from those games that finished, can we take a closer look at something that was kind of interesting? Predke and Vityugov, still I'm wondering, because it clearly looked better for Nikita at some point, and I've seen them analyzing when we had the break that there is like in this tournament at the venue, there is, for you guys at home who haven't attended the venue, there is my favorite part of the tournament hall, which is an analysis board. And it's very rare nowadays that people sit and analyze without computers, because it doesn't make sense, right? But it's still, this somewhat archaic, but a very pleasant thing to do.
Actually, what's the point of it? What's the point of analyzing the game
without the computer?
Right.
Oh, I don't know.
It's just
part of
pure
the culture.
curiosity, I think. Like you're just curious what your opponent was
Yeah,
thinking.
well,
That's
it's
it.
interesting to kind of to learn what was your opponent thinking, and tell him what you were thinking. But from kind of the absolute truth standpoint, it makes no sense whatsoever. That's nowadays you've played what you think was a good game, and then check with the engine just to find out what a potzer you were.
Actually, an interesting idea suggested by Lucas in the Pagonian's game.
Yeah.
Just to put the pawn c5, b4, a3, and Black's king has nowhere to penetrate.
So instead of creating the passed pawn, why would you? So we do this, we stop, let's say if this happens, we stop e4 for now.
Right.
And then we go b4, and then we play a2, a3 all of a sudden, right? And we try to make it wait a second.
This way,
if you're kind of not active enough, then you will have to we'll have to deal with e4 maybe. So perhaps b5 still is a thing. Pagonian, interestingly, has played g5.
But we also considered this, right?
Mm-hmm. So g5, it was the line that I was trying, like h5, g4. For white, it's interesting, like you can spend a lot of time calculating here. But what are the candidates move for white?
But you play b4 anyways, right? Because no matter what you want to do, I think
you'll play b4. Right?
Like either you want to get active, or if you want to set up that so-called fortress, you still play b4, and that's what she did.
Yeah, that's what she did. Yeah, interesting. That's what she did. So h5, b5, yeah. Or maybe you don't play b5 yet. Maybe you just play king e2 first to see what your opponent's doing.
Yeah, but then g4, and you still have to move the pawn, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, wasn't it? I'm trying to kind of to be clever. King e2. h5, king f2 for some reason, so that there is no. But then the king is terrible, right? And you'll get the king to f5. And
I mean, I don't think there is a need to be clever. The clever thing could be play h4 after g4, although I'm not sure what it achieves. So.
Kind of to keep an extra pawn for some remote future endgame where you
attack that pawn, somehow.
Yeah, probably we can agree on that. So that white needs to play b4 and needs to play king e2, and then decide what to do next.
Right.
Because like b4 and b5 might be a bit too fast, and then deciding on where to go with the king. Also, you probably postpone till the time when you've played b4 and. Yeah, actually, black king indeed. I mean, if you put the pawn on c5, black king has no entrant points. a3 might not be needed. Actually, you might approach it like this. You go c5, you go a4, and you wait. If black goes g4, some pawns exchange it, then you go b5, ab, b6. I mean, get rid of all the pawns.
Or even c6.
Or c6. Yeah, well, actually, yeah. Is white ever winning this? The answer is no, right? Hang on. If I do that, let's play some random moves. King e2, where do you go? Here, right? You go a5. What I want to claim that if you play king f5 mistakenly, then knight d5 is an actual problem. You probably won't do this, but I mean, one of the possible setups, one of the possible structures for white is just to do this, to do this and then sit and wait. Looks like anything is a draw, that's why this game will last for another 1.5 hours.
Right.
No, it cannot last for 1.5 hours.
Okay, so Nick is suggesting some idea in the Predke-Vitugov game.
Yeah, that's I'm really curious to see.
So he's saying
Back to
if we don't exchange the bishops, or I guess on move 20 maybe?
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of questions somewhere around this point, right? Somewhere around this point. Okay, let's accept that Queen C2 was played and Rook E8. Not sure if it's the best, but one of the moves, as you said. So, not exchanging the bishops here, right? Or
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
even
exactly
like
sure what he's
this?
saying, but no, I think he wants to take on E4 and play F5. I think that's his idea. Instead of bishop F5.
Instead of bishop F5. So after knight E4, like to trade and play F5. Which, I don't know why was it.
Queen
wait
F3, I think.
Queen
right?
F3, this is the trick perhaps. Queen F3, bishop G4, and then check, and then takes, yeah? And then takes. Because, yeah, I mean, if this would work, and then F4 next, right? Then white is in trouble.
Just feels risky for black, so I'm not surprised that there's some.
Yeah, you
sort of
want the
refutation.
bishop somewhere here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. With the bishop on E6, of course, but the bishop on H3. And, I mean, honestly, even Queen F3, bishop G4, Rook takes G4 is unclear to me, at least. I mean, we don't have to do this, but if it works, then it shows that white is okay here.
Yeah, but still, I kind of got a feeling that somewhere around this point, if there is something for black, right? So it's it had a lifespan of like 2-3 moves, because then bishop C5, it looked logical.
No, but actually, even that position in the game, if we'll say we don't take on C4, because I'm pretty sure he blundered and takes C5.
Yeah, you mean much further on, G6, Queen E4, Queen E6, H5, and just don't take on C4, but do something
I mean, this looks
else.
unpleasant, right?
For white,
For
still.
white, I think, yeah.
F5 all of a sudden? Is it a move? Once again, I understand I'm weakening the king and everything, but like, perhaps I want to take on C4 next move.
No, this is very principled, of course.
I mean, it's very forcing.
Or Queen
Nobody
G2,
knows.
I guess?
Yeah, Queen G2, and then let's say I take on C4, HG,
And
I mean,
always
and
H6,
something, H6, yeah. It's a mess. I mean,
Although there is some Queen V7 stuff at some point.
it's a mess. I mean, maybe white's winning, maybe white's losing, but
Yeah.
yes, so H5, Rook C4 pretty much leads to a forced draw, right? So here, of course, there were some options. On the other hand, yeah, like if F5 doesn't work, if Rook C4 doesn't work, then maybe white just exchanges, plays D3 at some point.
But even if I was going to say, even if I take, you take D takes, right, I guess? I mean, on E3. Like, this move doesn't make too much sense, but just the position itself, it still feels like white's king is much more exposed, right?
Like even like F5, Queen G2, King F7, right? And
For
trying
instance,
to play
yeah.
because C4 is hanging, Queen B7, always Rook E7. Even this, yeah. So the feels like if someone missed something, it's clearly Vitugov, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Clearly Vitugov.
And also a bishop H3 on move
Here,
15, yeah, like
bishop H3 on move 15.
why not bishop
could
C6
go
or bishop
back,
E7,
right? Could go back. Maybe bishop F3,
E4?
E4. Yeah, not sure why I'm provoking E4 exactly. I don't know if we've, I think I've mentioned it in this line. It was bishop H3, so winning this exchange, right? I mean, bishop H6 pretty much wins the exchange. You don't want to be playing knight E8, but it's not, it's not what you want to do.
Yeah, but the thing is, after bishop E7, we can just do the same, right? Queen C2.
In C2, maybe opting here, right?
So it's not that obvious where the bishop is better.
You know what? I have difficulties believing it, but can this be like take? No, I
Queen
cannot
f6
take.
in the end, I think.
Yeah, I can't take that, and sorry, yeah, Queen f6 or Bishop e5.
Right.
So that doesn't work. All right. So, but that kind of the only game where there is a feeling of someone missing something, right? It was
Right.
fair and square in Matlakov-Rachmanov. It was Chigaev-Yesipenko pretty much. Even though it was 40 moves, it was pretty much the opening line which decided.
Right.
Yeah, once again, a reminder that's kind of a recent finding of Aleksandr Grishuk, right? So that the position is known. By the way, since I've mentioned Grishuk, he was the one to beat Hikaru in this line with white after b4, sacrificing the pawn, yeah? And bishop b7, namely this, bishop b7 and then a6 and all the way to knight a2, right? White sacrifices the pawns, plays some random active moves, like black sacrifices the pawn, yeah, this
And
knight
then plays h6.
Knight a2 and then exchanges clearly pawn down, plays h6, claims it's absolutely
Black is
equal.
fine,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's incredible. That's chess nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that was a draw. Fedoseev, Alekseyenko, nothing new. Guryachkin are just, swept off. Alexander Motolev when he failed to solve opening problems.
Maybe after all, bishop a3 wasn't precise. And not on d7.
This allows rook d6, yeah? This allows rook d6, and this is known to be very tough. This is known to be... I have a question. Bishop f3. What happens if I start with queen e7 here? Maybe that's a big mistake, because bishop 8, queen h4 is what was extremely annoying. And then this queen on h4, it doesn't... Okay, it presses on d8 and doesn't allow you, even when the queen got back, it doesn't allow you to take and play rook d8. So maybe that was an important point, so that you play queen e7, you control
Even
this diagonal.
here, let's say queen f4.
Queen f4 planning for rook d6.
Or
right?
maybe even by
But the-
c5 now, right?
Hmm?
c5 maybe?
c5.
After queen f4, c5.
Yeah, after queen f4, yeah, that's what I thought, like c5 and... Like, if the bishops are getting swapped, it's already not that much, yeah? I'd say... Because here I can allow the passed pawn, it seems.
Yeah.
And then just attack it many times and probably make a draw. All right, and Andreikin Pankratov, it was a weird opening where Andreikin quite quickly perhaps realized that there is no way to punish and decided to...
Misplayed it somehow, but...
Yeah, probably misplayed. We don't know. After this information that it was played by Richard Rappert, I understand it. You never know. Maybe that's...
Yeah, but
that's
it doesn't mean that is a good line, right?
That's nowadays, it might mean that this is how healthy development looks. Knight on a5, bishop on g6, why not? Okay. Ovud Pogonina. Actually, something big is happening. h5, king e2, g4, big being knight d5, the endgame. Because now, black is... I wouldn't say forced to take on d5, but in a way,
more or less forced,
in a
yeah.
way,
Yeah.
in a way he is. So our task will be to find out what's that. You have to take on... hang on a second. If you take on f3, king takes, and it's bad, right?
It is.
So that's why we were playing king e6. Without understanding how dangerous knight d5 is. Yeah, that's why we were
But
playing.
it's such a, as we say, cultural move to play, right? Like you want to bring the king to the center.
Yeah. Knight d5, so all of a sudden, Pogonina is in trouble. Yeah, I just realized. It takes. Now, yeah, like g3 also doesn't help, right?
We just bring the king to e4, yeah. GG.
GG, yeah. Moreover, I can take with the pawn. I mean, I
Same thing,
said
yeah.
like king f3, and probably it's a better move. But even if, let's say, somehow black was actually black can organize this. Now I realize. Look, knight d5. You can take here, so that if king takes, you go king e6.
Okay,
Right?
but
So
G takes. I mean, I
G
still don't
takes.
really see a
It's
problem.
the same thing. Yeah. Takes. King e7. You go. King d6. You go, and
Resign.
this way you win immediately.
Yeah.
Without an a pawn. You
Sure.
probably still. I mean, I'm
You need
not
to
sure because
calculate,
there is c6. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it is there. It is there. So, so we kept discussing like white surviving easily, but does black survive? Is the question.
I mean, it is especially annoying when you were pushing for a win, like for the whole game. You have 3 minutes left, and then suddenly you need to survive somehow. G3.
G3. Okay, makes sense. So that when I take c7, you go e4. What's that? That's incredibly interesting, in fact. I take this guy. You probably play e4, right? Well, technically you can try to keep it alive. But what I thought that you go e4, white takes, you take, white takes. You can win f3, but white's winning here, no?
Is it winning?
Knight c5, this. I mean, I'm not sure if, but it's
I'll
like
probably
three
be able
pawns.
to attack one of yours as well, right? I mean, maybe it is, but not.
It's
So
like
obvious.
it's very tricky. I mean, you actually you can win this one immediately. I keep forgetting that e2 is not protected, so you can go here
Right,
and then
right.
just
That's good
win
enough.
c4 and probably you save it? Question mark. Yeah, but now it's clearly black who's trying to survive. Bishop b7's on the
But
board.
what was wrong with King D3 instead of taking the pawn and so on?
You mean like here when she played g3, king d3? I don't know. Yeah, that's the same endgame, right?
Looks like it.
King e6, you take two of them. Okay, bishop b7. Maybe it will transpose to the same thing.
But I
Or
mean,
not.
if black has to play bishop b7, I still prefer king d3 because it's much trickier, right?
But what do you do now? Because now if you take, it's actually e4, f3, right? So maybe you've lost some time here. Maybe you've lost some time. I don't know. So knight c7, bishop b7, you can go back. And then what? King e6, and you go back. And still not guaranteed that you're winning, yeah?
But guaranteed that it's not losing.
I mean, you can
Yes.
do this as well. King e7, b5, or it's not how it's done. I don't know.
No, I really like like the idea of bringing the knight to c3 and then
Yes,
just,
a knight back and then see what.
and then just push. And also then you can play king d3, right? Because
You
again,
control
taking
e4,
there's
right.
knight e2.
All right. Actually, knight to c3 means knight gets to c5. King d3, knight e4, knight c5, and maybe you kind of push with the knight on c5. Maybe you just win with the knight on c5. Look, knight d5.
But I mean, maybe it's a good idea. But what if I just bring the knight to c3 and start pushing the pawns? Like, what's your counterplay here?
No counterplay. No, actually, king f5 is nonsense, right? This, I should wait and try to... Okay, I mean, just keeping the king here.
Okay,
right?
so a4.
a4, I don't know, bishop move.
King g3 will
King
play
d3 just to stop it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then c5,
c5,
c5. Well, actually... Yeah, c5, b5, c6. And then you cut off the bishop from the diagonal. Then you go king e4 and you just win. Plain and
Seems
simple.
Very simple, yeah.
Yeah, plain and simple, you just win. Okay, let's see if Oot will be able to find. Well, actually, yeah. So she was winning yesterday.
Yeah.
Or we thought she was winning, and probably she
and
was. She was
close
very
to winning at least,
Was close anyway. Yeah. And yeah, and today, same situation. And
Hopefully she will approach it differently. Right?
Today there are no opposite colored bishops, so she cannot she cannot make her position safe. I mean, you make this position safe for white by winning the game. Oh. So, knight d5. Yeah. If it was good with black pawn on c7, I mean the pawn endgame, right? There is little doubt it is winning without a pawn. In e6, logically you go to c3.
And you play it without any thinking, right? I mean, even if king d3 wins somehow, which I don't think is the case, there's just no point of doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can go back, play king d3, then
Right.
I mean, if you need it desperately, you can put it on. You can put it on d5 again. Knight c3 played. Yeah.
She at least she looks very nervous. So I don't know what I.
What's the conclusion?
What's the conclusion? Yeah, but she does look very
She does
nervous.
look nervous, yeah.
On the other hand, I mean, this position is so. At least it looks easily winning. Like just push the pawns, right? You don't really need to think.
Yeah, it's not like black can do much. Get the bishop to like e6, so that's the check. You keep the king on e1. Yeah, I mean, one of those rare endgames when you practically don't need the king. King on...
yeah.
or you just go to d3, bishop f5, knight e4, bishop h3. Okay, so, I mean, first things first, how do you get the bishop to e6, right? I mean, just my imagination. Yeah, king d6, okay, let's say a4, bishop c8. Nah. Yeah, I mean, maybe I actually keep the king like on c6 and try to claim that it's hard for you to advance till after a certain point. Yeah, so you're suddenly getting that.
Yeah, that bishop h3 idea could be
Kind of
helpful.
disrupting a
Yeah.
little. Yeah, so it's not possible immediately. Yeah, like, who's the move here?
White,
Yeah, like king d3, and you don't have it immediately. Same way you didn't have bishop f3 because knight e2. Yeah, but here you have a check, and if knight e4 goes somewhere, and next move bishop h3.
Yeah, this one.
Is that a draw? The answer is yes, right? Because this is protect passed. Okay, it's not a passed pawn, but
Right.
it's the thing that white cannot really break through. So the threat of f3 will keep the king busy, and two connected pawns are not promoting by themselves. We're going to just play a5, which is an interesting approach.
I mean, she doesn't achieve anything, right? Even if we play a3.
Yeah, a3 keeps the position the same. No, I'm just thinking if b5, could it be that b5 just wins?
Like king d6?
It's nonsense. King d6, I think.
Knight a4.
That, and then, yeah, I'm getting... Maybe I'm kind of writing black off too early. Because, yeah, like the fact that the pawn is on c6 might not mean that black is lost, right? So you do the same.
I mean, I just really don't want to put my knight on a4. So.
Yeah, knight on a4 is not a great thing. But then a5 could be kind of a...
But a3, what does it change? I don't really...
At least we got rid of these pawns, I mean, you know.
Okay.
Takes. And yeah, and the same thing in some way, like bishop c8, king d6, maybe start with king d6. Yeah, I'll actually, king d6. Oh, we said king d3, right? Now it's even trickier because bishop c8 I can do... No, I cannot do this. I can do this. Threatening c5. After this check, probably knight d5 is not bad, but king f5 is also a possibility. Yeah, the fact that I can stop the g-pawn is really helpful.
This would b5.
She just went b5.
So maybe she's gonna play knight a4.
Yeah, they spotted some. Yeah, because after king d6, what else do you do?
I mean, you might play that e4 and it's a safe pawn and give. Right?
Yeah, you can play knight e4 and
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
force
say.
pretty much force a draw, right?
Okay,
No,
knight
she
a4.
plays knight a4. Knight a4. And we are not that far away from this scenario where both will start playing for win again. I mean, that, check, king c7, some bishop e6, bishop c4 things. No, I mean, white, of course, cannot risk anything, but who knows? I mean, with this fella on you can always go back.
Play a4. This
You
is
can always
very
go
solid.
back and then play a4, play c6, and then, yeah. Is there a way?
But I mean, I still don't like this knight a4.
Is there a way that black can allow himself to go to d5
But
with the
if
king?
I
No,
do
the
this
always-
bishop c8,
Yeah,
when you were
check.
king c. No.
You can do only king c7. Yeah.
No, I mean king c7 is what she.
What she played? She played king c7 immediately.
and
Okay.
I don't like it somehow.
But it's
maybe
kind,
there is no
kind of the
difference.
same, right? No, wait. C5 bishop d5. That's the difference. 5 bishop d5, which does not stop me from returning the knight to c3. But maybe it will force me to keep the king on e1 for quite some time.
So bishop b5,
And then you just wait, yeah.
losing for sure.
Should be 5, who knows? Probably it does, yeah.
I mean, I guess it does, but looks like an option.
Something like that, yeah. And then
Okay.
just wait with the king. But yeah, but that's certainly a motive in this position. So it's at some point, sacrificing the bishop for 2 with the active king also can be, and should be
Well,
considered.
she just made it much more difficult for herself, I think. If it's still winning. Hey, what's our plan? I mean, I guess we want to play c5, but now there is also knight c5.
There's also knight
I
c5.
don't know if it's helpful.
Bishop.
but-
Well, the bishops go. Well, actually, bishop is forced to go to
C8,
c8 because
yeah.
bishop a8, maybe just to highlight, it's knight d3. The pawn's attacked, so king d6, kind of a must, and then it's a check and c6. I mean, and if this is not winning, then I don't know what is.
Right.
Yeah, so knight c5 is certainly an alternative to c5.
Yeah, but then
first of
bishop c8 and...
all. Yeah, knight c5, bishop c8, and a4, or, wait a second. I mean, there is this, but then this pawn all of a sudden runs all the way to a3, right?
Okay, so a4 makes sense, actually.
Yeah, what I wanted to say that you go here, a4, preparing for knight b3.
Yeah, bishop f5.
Bishop f5 is what you do, yeah. And then knight b3, bishop c2, and knight d3, king d6 still, right? Then e4, and then going after this.
Interesting.
Somehow I don't like it, yeah.
Oh, and knight c5.
She did play
has been
knight
played.
c5. Did play knight c5 after bishop c8. Can I play kind of a paradoxical move? a3. No, that or maybe, you know. So I want to play knight b3. What do I achieve? Honestly, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost. Yeah, bishop c8 played pretty quickly. Kind of by the method of exclusion. All the rest was bad.
Yeah, now a3, a4, knight d3 maybe an option too.
Knight d3, yeah. Knight d3 is always a thing. But King d6, yeah? Yeah, what's important, no king d3 because bishop h3.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4, bishop e6. Yeah. Actually, knight e4, bishop e6.
Yeah, and that bishop h3 idea is very annoying, right?
Yeah, now I'm thinking, okay, white probably cannot be like worse, but it's already not very pleasant to make a move in this position, right? Because c5, bishop a2 adds extra passed pawn for black. King d3, bishop h3. I don't know if white stops the pawn at all. Probably he does, but
Yeah, I mean, there's some knight g5, bishop g2, king e2.
king e2, yeah, but right.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit too early to say that this is a 3-result game, but I wouldn't be shocked, let's say, if black wins somehow.
If white, or maybe you know what happens, or what returns to her kind of policy to be super safe,
Right.
and then just I don't know, does something that leads to a draw.
This is the most likely scenario, I think.
Even though by that point it's already not clear. It feels like it's easier to win with white than to to simply make a draw. You can always offer a draw, of course.
Would it be taken?
Okay, look. So we do this.
Yeah.
I mean, just
King d6.
just king d6. We say, okay, your king is active now.
Mm-hmm. King d5.
Wait a second. That? Knight e5, b6? I know, bishop
Check.
e6, king. Yeah. Have to be careful. No, but anyway, I build it like this. And then what does black do?
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, I still cannot take. Still cannot take.
And the funny thing is that I may want to play king d4 on the next move.
Yeah, those pawns look... No, king d4, I actually go b6, bishop d3, king e1, and probably win fine.
Yeah, okay. So she's played something.
She's played... No, it's a wrong game. It's a wrong game. That's the game. a4. a4, we said this, right?
Yeah. Knight b3.
Bishop c2, takes. And knight c6, right?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if you want to go after the a-pawn, this block. Is there anything better, like bishop e6, maybe?
How's that?
So,
bishop
sorry,
f5,
f5.
knight b3, bishop e6. Takes king b6.
But again, knight c6.
Knight c6. Now it's something different.
It is, but looks like still win the pawn, right?
Yeah. Now, if you take e5, we just win,
Yeah.
right? Because those... bishop a2 is pointless. Bishop b3, they just fall one after the other. Knight g6, knight takes, and either this or this. So, knight e2. Bishop f5 played, okay. Knight b3, bishop c2. Wait, maybe it's not knight b3. Maybe it's not knight b3.
Wait, knight d3.
Knight d3. So the black cannot take yet. King d6, we give a check.
And that's the same.
Same, but is it the same?
What was the difference? I already forgot. So c6.
Yeah, c6. The pawn was on a2. Now
the
it's
pawn
on
was on
a4,
A2.
but I'm not sure how much of a difference that is.
And she just played knight d3 with only 13 seconds on the clock.
Okay, and let's presume black doesn't want to do anything else but to stand like that. King d6, d7, d6, d5. King d6, d5. So, what? Yeah. King d6. c5 played, yeah.
Well, in any case, they always know how to entertain, right? I still think that the game will finish in a draw somehow, but instead of making a boring draw in that end game, they just went for some true fight.
Yeah. Yes. Interestingly, you know what? I just thought, if not for those pawns, might as well be that white would be winning with b6. Like b6, I mean, very boring. Like,
Right.
take this, king b6, knight d3, pawn endgame's lost, and then I take f4, and then very likely I take g3. So this a pawns, the fact that a pawns are on the board, maybe it's beneficial for...
I told over that a3 was
A3, if I
supposed to-
play A3, right,
Yeah.
I mean, interesting. Yeah, so she's reached this position with pawn on c6, winning us on last minute as well as always, yeah. King d6 is what you do. I'm not sure why you play king d6 exactly. Maybe you can do other stuff.
But what other stuff? The king d4 is losing.
King d4 loses to b6, yeah,
Yeah.
just to highlight. Check here, and b7, b8.
e4 or a4 doesn't work.
e4,
b7,
b7, yeah, it takes. It's important to take, yeah. Yeah, king back to d6. Good news for black that it's kind of impossible to go wrong because you have to stop those pawns.
Right. So
To stop those pawns.
yeah.
Now it's a question if you have anything. Wait a second. If I do this, I know this is not, I mean, that's a place for the bishop, not for the knight. But I want to play knight c4. Bishop
Bishop e6,
e6.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Bishop e6. That's right. Knight, you see, that's what she does.
I mean,
Knight b2, bishop e6.
there's not that many ideas left for white.
King d3, there is still bishop h3. Maybe that's the moment where you give a check. Maybe that's the moment. Maybe you win like this, in fact. You give a check, you take on e5, black takes on g2, you just return. This pawn is stopped, and then you take f4, and you can also take a5 if you need. Yeah, bishop b2, bishop e6 is needed. Yeah, I don't know if after king d3 you absolutely...
If I check first,
King d3?
yeah.
Then I'm probably sad. King c3, the king is too far away.
Right.
If I go back, you go back. Yep, fair enough. King d3 played. Okay, let's find the scenario where white loses. Knight c4. Maybe he doesn't. Five.
Why do we want to look for that scenario? I mean, I don't think white is losing here, right? Or you looking for? Still
I'm
looking for a
actually
win?
looking for a win.
Okay, so bishop f1.
No, bishop f1, I think in c5 I'm on time, no? Check. Or I'm hallucinating. b6, how do you stop this thing?
King c8.
King d6?
Bishop a6.
Ah.
How do you stop my thing?
No, your thing cannot be stopped. Yeah, that's... that's
King c3 is on the board, by the way.
King c3 is on the board, so now it's getting interesting. Now it's getting interesting.
I think e4 is also kind of an idea.
e4 is a
I mean,
move,
the king
yeah.
is really far away right now.
e4. Now we can officially declare this one to be a game for 3 results.
Yeah. Easy to lose as white. Very easy.
And obviously you have to do it when you have 1 minute on the clock. I mean, not
Right.
before that.
But also, we couldn't find a win after bishop h3, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough choice for Natalia right now. Okay,
Bishop h3. She played it.
Check will happen. Right?
Yeah, check happens for sure. King c7. You know what? I know. I wanted to say like this wins, but it doesn't. There is
E4.
Yeah, there is e4.
May win for black.
Oh, wait a second. But if I take, you take, and I just run.
Bishop f1.
King e1. Don't tell me bishop b5. No, bishop b5,
that's what I was trying to make work.
King stops this, knight stops this. Yeah, I mean, that's important to keep in check. Yeah.
Okay, so then bishop f1 is...
Yeah, bishop f1 probably doesn't make sense. You go to h3. You go to h3, and I stop this pawn, right? Do I win this? That's the question. And you go bishop f5, let's say. Control. No, I probably don't win this, right? Because whenever I try knight c4, I'm losing to bishop d3.
If it takes on e5.
Takes on e5, bishop g2. And you can always go knight g6, take... Oh, wait a second. For some reason, I thought I have to give... Yeah, I can actually do this, right? Takes, g2. I mean, that's a draw. That's a draw.
Is it? Bishop d1.
Wrong color.
Oh, yeah.
King a1.
Right.
Yeah, I just take and king is on it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of highlight it, my next move is b6. just to mention that this is still a draw, right? But I don't think there is a better chance, right? No, king d2. Okay. King d2 makes sense. King d2, bishop h3, and I actually have to play king e1. King e1's better.
So bishop f5?
Bishop f5, knight c4.
c2?
And bishop c2. How do I win it? Yeah.
How do you
I mean, I can
save it?
I mean, potentially I can lose it, yeah. You're right.
I mean, actually, bishop a4...
I might be lost, right?
It's-
Might be lost here. I know. No, I'll still like kind of run away and win this pawn. But white's not winning, yeah. White's not winning. It will be draw after all. After all,
It's a fair
all
result.
the struggle, yeah. After all the struggle, it will be a draw. And once again, it's hard to say where exactly. I mean, it felt that white was winning, yeah, but
wasn't easy. It wasn't as easy as I thought, to be honest. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that knight a4 idea was still winning, but just...
yeah, maybe
Oh,
you're okay. Wait a second. Oh, what did I do? What did I just do? I don't know.
This king d6 moves allows knight f7, knight g5. Like, maybe it doesn't make much difference, but the
This
bishop
move allows b6.
b6 as well.
Is
yeah?
it? Is it like? Yeah, so king d6 was played.
Actually, b6, how do you say that?
You say you're gonna claim there is no threat. B6
C7,
played.
but I mean, you don't want to let white pawn cross the
like
6
a
rank, right?
Oof. B6 is on the board. It's crazy, but that's what it is. That's absolutely crazy. There was no need to go king d6.
Absolutely.
It's clear that Pagonina thought that, okay, maybe let's
The
try,
knight was attacked here or something.
let's try to play for a win, yeah? Okay, bishop h3, for instance.
Bishop f1.
No, but okay, she played bishop f1, which is, yeah,
b7, knight d7.
b7, threatening a check. King c7, knight d7, threatening a check. White wins. And yeah, and this is not something you miss. I mean, oops, that's a wrong game again. Sorry. It's a wrong game. B7, king c7, knight d7, yeah. Wins 4. And the stuff that I was suggesting, bishop h3, would lose the same way, in fact. Knight d7 and takes, and then after g2 you promote one, then you promote the other.
Yeah, heartbreaking turn of events for Pagonina. She was better like all the game. And,
she was better all the game. Then she entered this endgame clearly hoping to play it for a win.
Yeah.
She missed / underestimated the idea of knight d5. So, I mean, it's like we are describing the movie scenario. Yeah, what happens next? Yeah, she probably underestimated this knight d5 thing. And still, she managed to kind of shape up, found this a5, which was probably the best practical choice, and saved it, just to lose it in one move.
Right, maybe she just got too relaxed. She thought that, the worst is behind, and then now she can basically do whatever, but it still
She didn't look relaxed,
requires...
to be honest. She didn't look relaxed
but
when
maybe,
she played this game.
she never looks really relaxed. So, yeah.
During the chess game. Not a lot of people do.
Not a lot of people do, but yeah, and she's definitely not one of them. But still,
yeah.
I think
So that concludes the round. Motilev lost to Goryachkin, and that's pretty much everything. That's it. What happened in the men's tournament? So, trio of the leaders: Motilev with 0, Predke on half a point. Yeah, that's not a complete.
Yet,
yeah, not a complete. So last game's missing. Motilev has lost. So Predken -1, Motilev on -2. Everyone on 50%, except 3 leaders who are on +1, and the leaders are same Aleksandr and Fedoseev as a day before,
plus
and
Goryachkin.
joined by Aleksandr Goryachkin. And in the ladies' tournament, honestly, I do not follow if there is any. No, nobody's on 2 out of 2, right?
No.
Nobody's on 2 out of 2, right?
Because the first day only Guseva and Kashlinska scored.
Yeah,
win.
they've made a draw. Valentina Gunina lost, so she only. No, Guseva lost as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm confused.
Plenty of people with 1.5, I think. Gunina,
Not such a lot.
Kashlinska,
Gunina made the draw.
Ovod.
Gunina, Kashlinska, Ovod. That's it. That's it. 3, but 3 different players on -1. So that's the only difference. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, it's not that simple. It must be a little bit more complex. It must be a little bit more complex. The women's cross table. Well, it's not that easy to find. Show us if we have it. Yeah. Show us if we have it. So leaders. Kashlinskaya, which sounds about right, Gunina, and Ovod.
Yeah.
3. And 3 people -1. Even though there is 4 results.
Somehow, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a tricky math.
Tricky math. Math always been tricky. Yeah, I know what's wrong, yeah, because Ovod didn't play with Gira, she played with Pagonina, but yeah, that's okay. That's okay. All right, so this will be it for today. So pretty much similar situation, not a sole leader in any of the tournaments, right? But instead trio, and nobody's on 100%.
Right.
After only 2 rounds, which is I believe for women's tournament, it's not a very
common thing.
Yeah, not a very common thing, because even though it's not necessarily that someone who starts as the leader wins the tournament, right? But there's always a leader. It feels like
a couple
in a
wins
tournament,
least,
like 2-3 games in a row, and then we'll see about it. In men's, it's quite often, right? So they solid at the start, and then someone kind of speeds up and keeps the pace.
Yeah. So, I mean, the only thing we can claim right now is that Motilev is not in great shape, for sure.
Yeah, Motilev is not in great shape.
I mean, let's be honest, not so great games from him, and otherwise it's absolutely unclear. I mean, it's only 2 rounds has been played, so
yeah. So it will be a tough tournament for Alex Motilev, Goryachkina is not taking one of the last places. That's
Hopefully.
That's, yeah, okay. All right, so round 3. What we have in round 3? Speaking of Goryachkina, she will have the black pieces against Kirill Aleksenko. Fedoseev will face Nikita Vidigov, so kind of a tall order for Vladimir.
Let's say I don't expect any short draws tomorrow.
Yesipenko, Predki, Yesipenko is one will try. Rakhmanov, Chigayev, I don't know what's going to happen. Pankratov, Matlakov. That'll be an interesting game, I think. Pankratov with white.
Always interesting, yeah. I mean, the only question if Matelov will try to stop the bleeding and try to go for a quick draw, but
yeah, how wise,
I don't think that's his style,
how
right?
wise Aleksandr Motilev is, right? I mean, speaking of his situation, right? Because that's a lot of players who would, I mean, accept that the tournament is kind of beyond the point. You cannot repair it, right? And then you just try to make a draw with one and probably succeed with all the experience, probably succeed making
yeah, I mean,
a draw
if he
with
wants
white.
to, of course.
Yeah. But then you kind of accept you're not fighting, not only for the first, but kind of for probably for the good result, right?
Yeah.
Starting on -2 after 3 games. Or you are still an ambitious guy and you say, no, I've lost 2 and then I'll do Gunina thing and I'll win 7 and I'll win the tournament.
Well, let's wish him finding mood.
Finding the balance between those two certainly wrong approaches, right? Yeah, for the women's tournament, Girev is all, but I mean, somehow for the women's tournament, kind of cannot imagine so far what pairing would make me excited. I mean, Kashlinska with Gunina. Okay, those are 2 leaders. That's
and a very principled matchup as well.
Yep. That's pretty much it, right? The Bivol with Galyamova, Pogonina Voigt. Gusieva Shuvalova, Gusieva is white. That could be an interesting game.
Because they both actually very well prepared. So, I mean, not into today's game for Gusieva, but in general, that's the case. So,
So, and as for Shuvalova, interesting. I mean, she's the top seed, but so far
not as impressive as last year. No.
Yep. Okay, so that'll be it for today. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a nice day overall. I mean, was a little bit disappointed that this game kept going on and on and on. But then
we were rewarded.
But then it was very, very exciting endgame indeed.
Yeah.
So thanks very much, everybody, and see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
Thanks, guys.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.